gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The show starts in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
The following is a world-class Bullshitters exclusive.
Folks, we are live. It's Tuesday night. It's time for the High Council here on World Class Bullshitters. I'm your host, Jeff Hicks, and with me tonight is my co-host, Caffeinated Wolf.
What is going on, Jeff? What is going on, chat? Hail to you all. Hail to the High Council. This is going to be a show.
Oh, it is. If only the audience could hear the conversation we had off air. Maybe I should put that on for Patreon. I think they would.
We're good.
Folks, we're also joined tonight by our friend, the one, the only, Script Doctor.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me back again. I love being here with you guys and everyone out there in the chat. Great to see you all.
Well, we're going to have another fun show, and it's always our pleasure to have you here on the channel, man. We appreciate it. Now, tonight, we're not going to wait too long to get into the main topic, but we do have an interesting topic to talk about, because some of us were subjected to a movie this week that some people love, I guess, ironically, and other people just love because they're, I don't know, out there. But we're going to be talking about what is the Barbie outrage, because there's a ton of it. And yes. I wanted to hear your take, Script Doctor, because you've been subjected to it. Mm-hmm. I've been subjected to it. Wolf, have you seen it?
I have not. No, I've looked at the stills of Margot Robbie and smiled.
That's the best part, because she's a gorgeous woman. But, yeah, we're going to be talking about that in just a moment. Now, folks, we have our word of the day from Shrebbles08. Maybe one day somebody will beat Shrebbles08 to the punch, but I don't really want that to happen. I appreciate you, Shrebbles08. He says, the word of the day is Red Rocket. Debbie does Dallas. This just says wow. Debbie does Dallas. All right.
Debbie does Red Rocket, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a different type of movie. Barbie, Red Rocket Edition. Star Wars story. Chewbacca's Red Rocket. Ugh.
Oh, boy.
Daily Wire X. Ben Shapiro's Red Rocket. And Dylan Mulvaney's Red Rocket.
I don't think Red Rocket has ever been a term that's been expressed by Ben Shapiro's wife about Ben Shapiro.
Probably not.
Have you heard that Mr. Bud Light is going to be now taking the college tour? That's what Dylan Mulvaney's up to now. Ooh. I just caught that in the news this morning, and I'm like,
why?
Okay. That was my thought. Why?
Surprised it's not the middle school tour.
Listen, props to the person for making money, but why?
I don't
get it.
I don't know what you did, Troubles Way, but I don't understand, what, like, if I was in college and, they came to my school to talk, I just wouldn't go. I don't know what I would get out of it academically, but I guess that's just me. I'm sure people today care.
How to make money being delusional.
There you go.
So, folks, hit that thumbs up button, and we're going to start our show tonight. Now, folks, real quick, link in the chat is live for stealingsolo.com. I don't know if you guys have saw on Twitter, but a lot of people have been buying the book. So I took all day today, that's why there will be a slight gap in our videos, because I sat and fulfilled all of those books and took them to the post office, and they're gone.
That's
so if you
customer
bought a copy,
service.
That's great.
You guys are great. You guys are helping me live a dream. And so, like I told you, we only have a limited number of back issues, a couple hundred. I know that sounds like a lot, but it's not when we've sold through thousands. And what we're going to do is, as soon as I sell through the back stock of the original printing, it's going to be, I'm going to go make the sequel. So all you got to do is go to stealingsolo.com. The link is in the description below. And the website is powered by Shopify. So you get all their wonderful security and service. And when you buy from me, well, shit, depending on the day of the week, you'll get same-day shipping. So if you were one of the wonderful people that bought it after this morning's Good Morning Pop Culture, it's already on its way to you. So, folks, thank you very much for backing it back in the day. And thanks for grabbing a copy. Because of the success, I'm going to throw Tits and Art up there, too. So if people want to get a copy of that book, it'll be on the Stealing Solo site, but it'll be part of WCBS Comics because we're growing the brand. So
send one to Christopher Nolan so he knows what those look like.
Oh, there it is.
So his first movie to feature boobs wasn't a very good set, huh?
They look more like man boobs.
That's really depressing.
I feel
Is
so
her new
sorry
name
for the-
Florence Moob to you now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel. I mean, listen, I feel very sorry for her. However, she is fortunate. She's in Hollywood. She has access to a lot of very, very good surgeons. She can get that corrected.
Yeah, fix that.
If she wants to. Not saying she has to, but if she wants to. I think she should focus more on her acting because she's a very good actress and not try to be a sex symbol. A red flag would be if Zach Braff is attracted to you, you're probably not the supermodel.
Is that the dude from Scrubs?
Yes, those two are dating. Zach Braff is notorious for trying to cast women in his movies that he wants to get with. He fails every time because
Wow.
the women that he's attracted to are too smart to fall for that. And now he's dating Florence Pugh, who I don't believe he has cast in a movie of his that he was making yet. So
Maybe
there's
it
that.
should be part of the Scrubs revival. Or wait, there was already a Scrubs revival. Maybe they'll do another one.
Maybe.
Did he do Garden State? That's the only movie
Yes,
I know he
did.
made.
He did Garden State. Yeah, he was very into Natalie Portman, who was already, I think, engaged at that time.
She's just so
That's only
unlikable to
moderately
me.
creepy.
Oh, dude. Yeah.
So, folks, we're going to spare you the Bubenheimer talk for tonight. I'm going to go see the movie tomorrow, and then I'll do a late review just because. You guys really like the Barbie review. It's well past 75,000, so thank you to everybody who's watched it. Welcome to our couple hundred new subscribers that joined based on that one alone. So, WCBS is going to be giving you longer, more thought-out takes, and we're going to just change up the format a little bit because the numbers don't lie, and you guys like that kind of stuff. So, let's get an image, I guess, up for Barbie because this is the I don't know how to describe this movie. It's the event of the summer, but it's also like an oddly political film that's dividing people even further, and it might even send the wrong message. Not the wrong message about politics yet, the wrong message to Hollywood that people want more of this kind of stuff. So we're going to be talking about that and a whole lot more tonight. So folks, have fun with us tonight. Hit that thumbs up button and let us know that you enjoy the content, but mainly it's for YouTube to know that you enjoy this content. And then, on top of that, we will, have some fun with whatever you guys want to send in and talk about. So tonight, believe me, we're not here to... I don't even know what the fuck to say for the introduction. Let's just start with the movie. So if you want a full review, check the video out. I don't really want to have to relive every single scene. But I took my mom to go see this because she is a Barbie fan. Since the beginning of Barbie, my mom's the same age as that damn doll, so she's getting up there in age. And she has always collected Barbies. So I've always grown up with them in boxes, kind of like in Toy Story 2 with Al's Toy Barn. When Al had all those toy collectibles on the wall, my mom had Barbies. She kept them in these boxes, but whatever. But she had Holiday Barbie, Cooking Barbie, Olympic Barbie, Barbie. I don't know. I didn't play with them. They weren't my jam. But I always knew about the doll. And so when I heard that this movie was coming out, and I had happened to move back to the Midwest, I was like, hey, Mom, let's hang out and I'll take you to see the Barbie movie. And she was all excited. And I wanted to leave after the credits rolled because I did not like this movie at all. I didn't think it was funny in the slightest bit. And then the rest of the movie happened. In the middle of the movie, she looks at me and goes, who wrote this? Kathleen Kennedy? I didn't have the heart to try to explain it to her about what Kathleen Kennedy actually does, but she kind of got the gist of what it's like to be a modern Star Wars fan. So, yeah, I didn't like this movie for many reasons. Namely, it wasn't funny. But Script, you and I have been having some back and forth on, well, it's not Twitter anymore. What is it? X, right?
Yeah, I believe it's called X now.
All right, so we were having a conversation
Where
back
you
and
share
forth
your
on
expressions
X.
on things.
Is that really the tagline?
No, it's what I just came up with.
It's better than what they gave you, the Everything app.
The Everything app. I'm sorry. If it doesn't make my damn coffee for me in the morning, it's not the Everything app. False advertising.
Yeah. Can the app finish my comic book for me? That'd be nice. I don't mind drawing it. I'm not upset
Just
with
need
it
an
at
anchor.
all. Oh, I do have an anchor. He's great. But, I still have to do all the pencils.
Yeah.
Look, at first world problem. I'm not going to sit and complain like I hate what I do. I'm lucky. Thank you, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll stop delaying the inevitable. Script, what'd you think of this damn movie? Before we get into the deeper conversation.
I thought it was really perplexing, but one thing that I noticed from it is that This movie defends the Barbie brand from males trying to take it over. As much as we would love it for Marvel and Star Wars to have been defended from feminists from them taking it over, because that's one of the key plot points of the film is that Ken takes over Barbie Land, turns it into Ken Land, and diminishes the existing Barbies to be incompetent and subservient to them, to elevate them, even though they've done nothing to be better. And it's like, well, wow, this is an interesting thing. This is kind of like what Rey's model did with regards to Luke Skywalker. They made Luke Skywalker suck so that she could be the better Jedi. Ken has made some of the existing Barbies in Barbie Land suck so that he could be the superior doll. And if I was a Barbie fan, I'd be like, well, that's wrong. I hate that. And then the movie says, yes, we hate that too. We don't agree with it. We're going to take Barbie Land back. Now, how they do that, I don't agree. I think that's a cruel means to do it. But I mean, again, it's a girl's IP. And they kind of restore and balance to what Barbie Land is, and saying that, yes, this is a brand for girls. Kens have a role, and maybe we should treat them a little better, but this is still a girl's brand. And I'm thinking, that's a studio backed this. A studio defended their IP. And this is one of the first movies that Zaslav greenlit, because it was with other studios first. It didn't get off the ground. It got off the ground with Warner Brothers. And it's almost like a statement to Ann Sarnoff, who is trying to usurp the DC brand with Supergirl, Batgirl, and Wonder Woman. And I think Zaslav was trying to say, by supporting this, is that we think that girls' IPs should be for girls and boys' IPs should be for boys. And I think that's a message that is not difficult to get from this film. Now, as a result of that, I will say, if you were watching this film and you're like, oh, it gives dads a bad image and it gives men a bad image, it's a Barbie film. Do you really want to be part of a Barbie film? Do you really want care to be respected in a Barbie film? Like, we don't really belong there. And being a person who grew up, so like you, Jeff, my mom was a Barbie collector and fan. When eBay started, she began her own business where she would make Barbie clothes. She would buy vintage Barbies that were damaged and fix them and restore them and sell them back on eBay. She would make king-size beds for Barbie so that Barbie and Ken could sleep in them together, if you so choose. And anything that she designed that she couldn't make herself, she'd get myself or my father to make with, like, you know, out of wood or metal or whatever, because I was learning wood shop and metal shop at the time. And then when I came back from my first semester away from college and I was learning film techniques, she would ask me to film commercials for her to put up on her eBay page to advertise some of the things that she was making. And that's what I remember there. Then I had my cousin, my older cousin. She's 4 years older than me. When she would babysit me, she would play with Barbies still. And I had to play with her, but I couldn't play with her. I had to hold Ken standing upright because he wouldn't stand on his own. And I wasn't allowed to go in like the Barbie pool, play with Ken. I wasn't allowed to dress Ken up as Batman and solve crimes or anything. I just had to hold him there for hours.
But that's how little girls think.
That's how little girls play. Yes.
Boys, ew. Right?
Exactly. And that is the one thing. I'm watching this movie with my girlfriend, who bought tickets because I didn't want to buy tickets for it. And there's this scene that happens after she gets out of jail the second time, where she tells Ken that he can go walk away, but then she urgently says, "Don't go too far." And something clicked with me, and I'm thinking, is this written with the general perspective of how 8-year-olds or girls who are approaching adolescence play, like how they play? And then I'm quickly thinking back to the police scene where they get arrested, they get their fingerprints taken, they get their mugshots taken, and then they're back out on the street. And in a normal movie that uses the real world as a juxtaposition for a fish out of water story, if they were still dolls, they wouldn't have fingerprints, they wouldn't have ID, and they wouldn't have money. So they would still be in the jail, and the police would be investigating, who the heck are you? And that's where the story would logically go. But this isn't the real world. I mean, they call it the real world for the film, but it's not. And at the very beginning, where you get the God's eye view of Barbie Land, and then you get that quick over the ocean thing to the real world, but it's not, it doesn't look like proper America. It just looks like someone did a drawing of what America would look like, and then it's
somebody's perception.
And then they merge Google Maps to fit it in the shape because it doesn't look like the continental US. It just looks crazy, clumped up together. And on all the rules in the real world, they remind me of when I was listening to my goddaughters play when I had to babysit them, of how they thought boardroom meetings went, and how they thought police went when they had conflicts, and how they thought school went, and all these things. Like, nothing kind of lined up. Like, they had an interpretation of what the real world was, but it clearly was not the real world because they're still innocent. They haven't breached that threshold yet. And I was like, if that's what I asked a question of this to myself, if that's what they're doing, this is kind of brilliant, but I don't know if it's intentional, because over the last 10 years, we have had so many interpretations of IP that have berated us with various ideology or propaganda or agenda, that if this is actually kind of usurping it, I don't think it's strong enough to do it. And I don't know if they're intentionally doing it or if they just by accident stumbled onto this perspective. So I am lost. I am perplexed. I have no clue what it is. And then when you even get to the ending, which seems dragged out, doesn't quite stick the landing as much, you're like, okay, so is this the story of Barbie catching up with the audience who has outgrown her but has nostalgia for Barbie? Like, girls, when they reach a certain age, they no longer play with Barbies anymore, and they've kind of entered the real world. And now you got Barbie, who she's trying to deny the fact that something's changing to her. Her feet go flat. She has bad breath. She's got these weird thoughts, and now she has entered womanhood at the end. And you're like, so is this like a parallel to this? And I'm like, is this really the best course of action to do for your first movie, where if it's doing gangbusters for the weekend, the studio's going to want a sequel, and where are you going to go from that? So that's going to be another challenge. Like, and a whole bunch of like just industry thoughts went through my head. And then I have this realizations like, why the heck am I thinking more about a Barbie movie when I just saw Oppenheimer the day before, and I'm a big science nerd? and it's throwing me off, because it's like, if this movie has depth, what the hell? And if it is trying to be a political propaganda thing, I'm like thinking, well, if it's being anti-male, but Barbie is predominantly a female brand, and it was a first wave feminism icon with regards to allowing women to have the potential to be anything, it's not supposed to care about men, because we don't want 8-year-old girls caring about boys' feelings or caring about boys romantically or anything of that nature, because that would be borderline grooming. So they should be relatively low priority in girls' perspective. They should be caring about dancing, about fashion, about friends, about parties. They shouldn't care about boys. They shouldn't care about Ken. So why are we bothered by the fact that that's what's being represented in the movie? And I personally wasn't bothered. I actually got a thrill out of it. I'm like, yeah, I totally remember my goddaughters throwing Ken around, not caring.
Liking one better. I remember my younger sister being like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's girls play differently. Like, I did this one practical joke to my goddaughters, which to this day they still freak out about. And so they're playing in the living room, and I make lunch for them. I say, oh, it's lunchtime. They get up, they leave their Barbies there. I take one of them, I hide it under my goddaughter's pillow, and I leave a Post-it note saying, I've taken your Barbie. The next time you will see her will be in your dreams, signed the Riddler. And when they came back, they were freaking out. And I'm like, you got to find Barbie. I mean, you need to include everyone out there. And like, well, we don't know. It's like, well, what toys of yours would be smart enough to find Barbie? And it's like, we don't know. It's like, have you asked Ken? Well, we don't know about Ken. Ken's not smart. Like, it's all those types of things. And I just like had fun with them freaking out for several hours until they pieced together the riddle and realized where she was. But yeah, girls play differently, and they're very dismissive of boys until they reach that age where boys interest them. And that happens, once they grow older. We shouldn't be trying to force that on younger girls. And I was just looking at that like, okay, if this is written with the perspective of a child approaching adolescence and then, entering womanhood, and Barbie is the avatar of that, this kind of makes sense. But if it also is a political thing that men are stupid or foolish and they're supposed to be dismissive, sure, but it's not happening in the way that we've seen it with the male-dominated franchises. And in fact, there's a lot of resistance to, the opposite sex interfering and trying to usurp the franchise of the predominantly marketed sex, right? Like, I would love it if we had Masters of the Universe when Teela starts taking over and she makes it her show. I would love it if He-Man came back and said, okay, Teela, get back into the castle. You're now the new sorceress. It's time for men to play this, but we don't get that.
Because
Instead,
everyone would say how sexist you are for saying that.
Right.
true, but here's the other thing that's also fascinating with regard when you start analyzing culture and you start analyzing IPs. The ones that are made by men always include women, but they don't usually denigrate them. But the ones made by women kind of denigrate men. and I don't think it's maliciously done. I think it's just done because women prioritize things differently than men do. And I think listen, I would say this. I think a lot of Barbie fans would be really, really upset if there's a Barbie movie that was predominantly focused more on Ken than Barbie. And
I agree
think
with
that's
that.
what's
Well,
fine.
yeah, but Ken was an accessory to Barbie. He was no different than like if you bought any one of her other little accessory packs, whatever the hell my sister had. Like he's not important.
He's no different
Like,
than an
the way
additional
that-
bathing suit to Barbie.
The way that you described, like when you were playing with your you said your goddaughters or whatever, and it's like you just kind of hold him there and
Yeah,
have him stand there, like that's
You are now
all he
also
is
an
good for.
accessory. Yes,
But that's literally how those dolls have always been. He's not that important. He's not meant to be that important. And I think, and to be clear here, I haven't seen the movie. I've heard a lot of different people's takes. I've heard takes from people who were like super hyped. Like I've got a lot of female friends who like they went to the film dressed to the nines. They bought new heels, they did their hair, they bought a new hot pink dress, all the shit, right? And then they came away like super upset at the film, saying this is not what I expected. It felt like it was just like this, man bashing thing. And I was like, oh, that sucks. I'm really
It's
sorry
weird,
because
too,
I
yeah.
know that this is something you were legitimately excited for, and I was excited for you. Just like that, I give a shit about Barbie outside of how attractive Margot Robbie is. But like from the trailer, when I was watching the initial trailers, I was like, okay, if I was to put myself in the shoes of like a longtime Barbie fan, this looks like it's something like that's totally made for them. Looks like a ton of fun. Looks like it's high production value. Cool. I hope that those people that this is made for have a ton of fun with it. And I mean, to be fair, it's doing enough money that at least some people are having fun with it. But
Yeah.
a lot of my friends, sadly, have not been. And so that's basically what I would consider the popular or the majority take on this film in this space is what I was mostly getting. But now I've heard from multiple people, if you frame it a little differently, if you look at it from a certain perspective, there are a lot of things that really line up. Like what you were saying, Script, what Ethan has been saying, props to him because he's done it to his own detriment because his chat has been eating him alive his last couple of streams. He's just kind of sat there and taken it. And like he's, and to be fair, he hasn't budged on his stance. He's like, no, guys, like this is, and here's the thing, and this is something that people in the chat, I want you to give some serious consideration to this. I'm not telling you to go out and see Barbie. I'm not telling you to support the film. I'm not telling you to like the film. I'm not telling you to automatically side with Script and Ethan on what they're saying here. What I am
I don't
saying,
think Script's saying he actually likes this movie. Though.
No,
He
I
hasn't
don't think
gotten
he
to that
is.
point
I
yet.
don't like
I
this
think
movie.
I
I'm
think
just
Script
fascinated
is
by it.
I think Script is trying to lay out different perspectives on it, and I think that's important. And I think that it's important to remain intellectually honest. And if somebody is making an honest, well-articulated argument for something, I think it's worth hearing them out if they're not just shitting on you, right?
Oh, that's fair.
And,
We always
that's
want that
something
here.
That, like I don't have a dog in this fight. I didn't grow up playing with Barbies. That was my sister's thing, right? I don't care. Ultimately, what does fascinate me and interest me is when I hear things like how Script was just framing some of this, how Ethan's been framing this, and being like, that's actually, if true, quite clever, and a lot of it really lines up. If you frame this as this is being looked at through how this world would be through the eyes of what the initial customer base of these dolls was. And
And the
when you look at
customer's
it that way,
perspective.
it completely changes a lot of things. Not everything. Obviously, there's feminist messaging in it. Though that's always been an underlying thing with Barbies. Not necessarily third wave feminism, but you know what I mean. The whole, the entire thing with like the throwing away the baby dolls was symbolic of literally when Barbies first were created. Because up until that point, little girls had what? all they had to play with were the little baby dolls. Well,
Baby
here's
dolls
an
and
actual
Raggedy
doll.
Ann and Raggedy Andy.
Yeah.
And don't you think it's also kind of creepy that the toy industry was saying to girls as soon as they started learning to walk and talk, here's
The
a
next
baby.
thing,
Now
here's a
practice
baby
being
to take
mom.
care. Right. And so, I mean, there's a that's a separate conversation, I
Exactly,
think.
yes.
But to be fair, it was that was kind of like an early feminism thing, we'll say,
It was
in
an
terms of
initial
like,
idea
it was
on
like,
potential. Yeah.
you can be more than just a mother. It wasn't saying being a mother is bad, but
no,
it's
because they even experimented with Barbie and other dolls being moms and being married and stuff
exactly.
like that. They were basically saying, hey, you're a girl, you're a little kid. Enjoy being a kid and a little girl. Don't worry about the pressures of adulthood. That will come, and you will appreciate it when it's there. Like, there's
Correct.
nothing wrong with that. Now, I will say this. They made a big misstep by number one, making this PG-13. And the reason it's PG-13 is there's like 3 scenes of innuendo in there that don't really need to be there.
I've heard that. I've seen bits of the clips from, I think it was Ben Shapiro's
His multi-million viewed video.
And here's the thing, though, like this is what gets me, and this is why I really want people to, yes, maybe some of us are giving these writers a little too much credit. Maybe they didn't. Maybe we're thinking about it harder than they actually were. That's entirely possible. I will give you that. That being said, I think it's very telling that there's still, because a lot of these things there aren't room for, right? Like, we look at, not all, but a lot of the way that, you know, our properties, DC, Marvel, Star Wars, etc., have been handled in recent years, and it's pretty black and white of what's been going on, right? However, and in those cases, those black and white cases, you don't, there's really no give. There's like, all right, yeah, we totally see what's going on here, and nobody can lay out a legitimate, well articulated argument otherwise. However, with this film, I am seeing people whose opinion I, at the very minimum, respect. I respect Script's opinion. I respect Ethan's opinion. I respect a few other people's opinion that I've seen have either like a mild take on it or like against the grain take. And I'm like, that's not something we typically see in this space. And so that tells me that maybe there is. I'm not saying there is, but maybe there's a little more to it. And I find that at
hold
the
on,
very
let me
least
get my
interesting.
point in, and then
Yeah,
we'll find
I wanna
out
hear
how that
Jeff's thoughts
sounds. Because this is not a funny comedy. I didn't laugh at this movie. The only part that got me that I thought was mildly entertaining was Mojo Dojo Casa House, because I thought that's just a stacking of words that really just works for me. But the opening part where they fake vomit, or the over the top just nature of the stuff, it's just kind of like, you ever just watch something and you can conceptually understand that it's meant to be funny. You can conceptually understand, like, this is the joke, this is the punchline, this is the setup. And I'm sitting there and go, that's the joke. That's the joke. I just never found it very entertaining. Now,
You know why?
Why?
Because when I saw that stuff, I was literally given flashbacks of when I was a kid, and anything I thought was gross, I'd fake throwing up. I'd be like, ugh, gross, ugh. And that's what those Barbie dolls are doing. I'm like, oh my God, these characters are embodying the immature disgust that myself had as kids, that you saw with other kids. You can go watch early seasons of Home Improvement, and whenever they talk about something girly, the kids would be like fake vomiting. And I'm like, that is what we're seeing on Barbie. It's an inside joke. And I thought that is really clever, because the audience didn't really laugh right away. It took them a minute to catch up. And a lot of the jokes that they do have intentionally there, they do elicit a laugh, but not that huge belly, borderline tears laugh that you'd expect from a comedy that I prefer from my comedies. I want to lose some of my faculties from a really good joke or really
I want to
good
be
bit.
crying laughing.
Yeah.
Yes. This movie did not achieve it at that level. But the other part, too, you also have to keep advised, is that it's a girls' movie, and girls have a very different sense of humor. And one of the writers of this thing is Greta Gerwig's husband. His name is Noah Baumbach.
Hold on, partner, not husband.
Well, I mean, they have 2 kids together.
So with you, man, when I was doing the research for the video, I'm like, oh, partner. Okay, it's that kind of situation.
They're technically married, but I think they use different terms. But he has written like Fantastic Mr. Fox. He did The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. He did The Squid and the Whale. He has very low concept but well written, highly intelligent scripts under his belt. He's considered a very prolific writer, and he also has one heck of a sense of humor because he can make Wes Anderson laugh. And Wes Anderson has a very dry sense of humor. He doesn't usually ball out laugh a lot. So like he was one of the two writers on this film, and you could see some of that method in here. And there's a little bit of a tug of war because there are some things that you can tell one side is pushing a little bit more on, like when Barbie and Ken are in the real world for the first time, and Ken's feeling great because of all the admiration he's getting from looks from other men and stuff, and Barbie is feeling weird. But then she's like, I'm getting a sense of violence, but they didn't set it up that it's there. It just came out of nowhere. And it's like, okay, you failed on that part. Mm-hmm. But here's the other part too. She goes to the construction site. They get they get very G-rated level of cat calls. Like, do you have a mirror in your pocket because I can see yourself in my pants? If I were to say your body is hot, would you hold that against me? Do we have any fries that come with that shake? Like, those are very innocuous type of cat calls. And I was reminded, like, I remember watching Supergirl and that movie came out in 1984, and that movie is PG, and PG-13 already existed by that point. And in one of the first scenes of Supergirl in the real world, she is attacked by two truck drivers that one of them reaches up her skirt and another one pulls a knife on her. And it's like, that is very egregious. Yet this is PG, and now we're 39 years later and it's PG-13 and we've got catcalls on this. And then and on top of that, the directors don't take it to the ideological point of either humiliating those men or making them far more aggressive, because as soon as she says they don't have genitals, they're like, okay, that's cool. And I'm reminded, that is not a normal take that a director with a woke agenda would pursue. However, if you had a bunch of 8-year-old or 9-year-old girls that were recreating that type of catcall scene and then saying that we're Barbie dolls, we don't have genitals, and then they play the construction worker says, okay, whatever, that makes sense. And that's when I started to realize, along with furthering the police station stuff that happened later, that even the real world is not our real world. It's just a little girl's interpretation of what the real world is. And I'm like, this is an interesting narrative. It doesn't always land, but it's an interesting narrative because it makes the boardroom guys buffoons. And those are really the only other men we really see.
But what about how it handles the mother-daughter relationship? Because a child wouldn't understand the complexities of all the shit that America Ferrera's character put on screen. Like, if the movie was equally vapid across the board, then I'd go, oh, it's just a comedy I don't get. But I think it's tonally broken. Yes. And the conversation we'll have eventually, folks, is how it's being used, this left-right dichotomy over a Barbie movie. That's the funniest part to me, because it's just a movie at the end of the day.
I've seen some people that are like really screaming their heads off about the film, and it's like, come on, guys, like, this.
Men should not be bothered by this film, really.
This isn't like you cucking Luke Skywalker in Last Jedi. This isn't you
like
turning
lobbying for Riri Williams to be the best and superior Iron Man.
Right. This isn't turning Peter Parker into an insufferable, freaking effeminate imbecile in his own film, and he's supposed to be one of the most brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe. Those offend me as a fan and just on an intellectual level. And as a male, whereas this is Barbie, and I understand that. Look, if ever there was a case for this wasn't made for you,
this is it.
unless you are like flaming gay, this movie was not made for you as a male.
Well, I do have a question. Funny. Let me play devil's advocate.
Sure.
Where can you draw the line? This isn't for me, but where can you draw the line for for a guy's franchise like a G.I. Joe? Or anything, really? Is there a line to be drawn, or is it always kind of like, well, there's stuff for women, but there can't really be movies that appeal to men exclusively because for 35 years we've had X, Y, and Z?
Oh, I think we should be able to do both. Here's the problem, though. Our properties aren't getting defended the way that this movie, if you at least frame it in the way that I'm seeing some people frame it, I think that this property is being defended properly. But ours, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Marvel, DC, all of these, they haven't been defended for shit.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. Both things should be able to be true.
And the other part, too, I would love it if a studio defended... I would love it if Lucasfilm defended Star Wars against feminist ideology the way Barbie defended themselves against a very thin and mocked version of toxic masculinity. Like that's what exactly what it was. It was, and I'm like, wow, this is good. And I mean, like, listen, structurally speaking, as a writer, it hits all the structural beats. It hits where it's supposed to be here and there. It stumbles a bunch with regards to the real world stuff and with regards to the ending. The America Ferrera speech feels off, but what's interesting is that you also have this type of coming of age story for Barbie where she's entering into maturity and she's leaving the fantasy world behind, which even boys do. Like, listen, we get lost in our toys, we get lost in our video games, but eventually we grow up and we realize there's some responsibilities we have to take a part of. And sometimes we can go back to those things here and there and maybe see them in different ways, like becoming collectors. But we're not going to be that same little kid that's lost in the imagination of our action figures again, no matter how much we want to try, because there's other things and priorities to take on in adulthood. It seems like they're trying to do that as an allegory here for the Barbie character, where she leaves the fantasy world behind to enter the real world because she's outgrown it. And I think the America Ferrera part is basically supposed to be a representation of that potential, because throughout the entire movie, there's always a couple of points where Barbies are saying words and sentences beyond what you would think that a child's vocabulary would be. And I think that's supposed to be, I might be looking too into this, but I'm not thinking hard about it, but I just think that's supposed to be the peppered or the breadcrumbs, as it will, of a girl leaving the fantasy world behind, leaving the innocence behind, and getting into the more complex and burdensome world that is reality.
I'm surprised that people are discussing this movie at this level.
Me too.
I walked away from it thinking I wasted time. I'm glad I spent time with my mom, but Jesus, was that a waste of money and time. I just didn't like anything I watched, and I'm like, is it almost over? Can it be over? Like, it just, it's not a movie I would ever even consider giving the time of day, and we'll never probably talk about again professionally, because it's the interesting part to me is the meta narrative around the film, and how you have one side of the aisle literally taking a victory lap, like, our view, like I said earlier, and this is the thing I want to ask you guys. Do you think this movie is going to embolden Hollywood to make more movies like this? Because I think the success of the movie comes from the fact that it's just a recognizable IP that's been around for 64 years. Not necessarily that it has the right ideas and it checks off the right boxes ideologically for those type of people. I think it's just anything successful, anything recognizable will be successful. Look at Transformers. I don't think those movies are very good. The first one's fine, but I don't really like those movies at all. That being said, they made billions of dollars because they're based on something recognizable. I don't think they have any deeper meaning. And I don't think they should have deeper meaning.
We're talking about an anticipatory market, so this is the first live-action Barbie film ever, so that's going to make it have a strong opening. Whether or not it has legs, and believe me, if the second weekend does well, you're going to get a lot of punny article headlines saying the Barbie movie has as strong a set of legs as the Barbie doll herself, or something of that variation. Here's the thing that I'm very conscious of. I suspect that maybe other studios will look at this and be like, if we make whatever movies more female-centric, we can get away with some of this ideology.
Right, that's the danger.
Part of me is wondering, will Warner Brothers do that? I don't think so, because, again, as I said at the start, Warner Brothers made a movie that is defending the Barbie brand from men, from male involvement and male dominance. And if they end up doing the reverse with regards to Batman and Superman, like they defend Superman from toxic femininity, as it were, and it's a wholesome Superman movie that's inspiring, and it's not diminishing or deflating or demeaning.
Yeah, and Superman is a classic masculine hero.
He's a classic masculine hero,
like Superman. Oh, I don't know, that'd
Superman.
be a first in a while, wouldn't it?
In a while. That would basically say Warner Brothers is probably going to be ahead of the game of the rest of the studios, because they might get the wrong message of this, but Warner Brothers, being one of the proprietors of this message, might know exactly what they're doing. And if it ends up working out well, while the other studios are suffering trying to repeat or capture the magic that Barbie has done, maybe Warner Brothers will get back into the leading position of Hollywood that it's been in before, and take that powerhouse influence away from Disney, and all the other studios will be like, you know what? Yeah, maybe we should actually focus more on the target demographic as opposed to trying to take advantage and force in another demographic that we haven't been able to market to into this IP that might not actually be for them. Because that's what's been happening over on the Disney side of things. They've been bringing in another listen, it is an untapped market with regards to those IPs. Women do not always get as heavily involved in Star Wars, Marvel, Indiana Jones as they did with the Barbie princesses and all those other things. So yes, there is definitely a potential market there, but the thing is that you cannot manipulate the IP to fit that market. You have to just better market the IP to that demographic to bring them in, keep its authenticity, because that's where you get your stable fan base from. That's where you get the money to come back to make more of them. And Disney has actually gone the opposite way of that because, again, they bought male IPs because they don't have male market, and they also don't know how to sell the males. And as soon as they got those male IPs and they didn't know how to sell the males,
they started trying to market them all to females.
Exactly. And it hasn't worked.
No, because the females that are already into that, I was actually having a back and forth with somebody in the chat right now, so this will answer your question in the chat. Here's the thing. A lot of these properties, whether people want to acknowledge it or not, are heavily male dominated. That's not a bad thing. Men and women tend to like different things. We enjoy entertainment differently. Are there female Star Wars fans? Yes. In fact, the single most knowledgeable Star Wars fan that I know on the internet is a woman. All right? That being said, there's still I don't want to use the word disparity because that makes it sound negative, and it's not a negative thing. It's perfectly fine for men and women to like different things and enjoy them on different levels. However, like you were saying, Script, Disney had always been about the female thing. They were always great. They were aces with all the Disney animated films. That's why the Disney Princess line stuff always did so well. But you're right. They're like, hey, why don't we try and market to males too, or get in on this male stuff? But then they took all the male stuff, and instead of leaving it the fuck alone and letting the boys just continue to enjoy what we've always enjoyed, Star Wars and Marvel, instead they started trying to market it to girls. And we're like, well, what the hell? Like, this doesn't belong. This doesn't work that way. That's not how this is supposed to go.
Where they fell off with let's just say feminism in comic book movies is you've always had great female characters in comic books, but whatever the modern version is, like I read a lot of X-Men for fun, and I'm all into that. I love how the X-Men handles all of their characters. But it's never at the expense of anyone else. And that is such the Disney way. It has to be the expense of this person or that person. Like, look, was I offended that the Ken doll was made fun of? No, I don't give a shit about the Ken doll. I don't care. I just think from a movie standpoint, like the jokes didn't land for me. And I went, all right, where's the humor? I don't know. I'm not a wet blanket. I will say this, though. I saw this movie in the Midwest. Very few people laughed. The only time people laughed in this theater that I went to was the time at the end where Ken had that sweatshirt on that misspelled something and put a K in front of it.
Oh, I'm Knuff. Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah.
That got a good laugh, too.
That's the only part in my movie that got a huge laugh. Like, nobody laughed at, like, 90% of the other shit. And I pay attention to that stuff, too, because when I don't enjoy a film, I look around to see if it's just me. Now, if we go back to, The Force Awakens, I'm looking around and people are cheering. I'm going, what the fuck are you people watching? This movie, I didn't care. I'm just like, what is this?
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not freaking out over it. I would say I'm not freaking out over that, but I'm waiting. I just was waiting for some substance to happen, and I was just I never received that.
And you know what? I completely get that. One of the things, though, that I have been seeing kind of common around the commentary is that a lot of people, even though Ken is kind of low priority treated, because again, there's no actual hate put towards Ken. They don't try to do anything mean to him. They just think, oh, you're Ken, you're over there. Okay, you can go away now. That type of stuff. Like what little girls say to boys in the neighborhood when they're playing and they're done. Like they want to go hang out with the girls. Like, you can go home now. Like that type of rude thing that little girls say. But Ken here, he's got a whole bunch of really funny little subtle jokes that are peppered throughout. Like in this scene here, in the clip that you've got up there, Ken is telling Barbie, hey, I want to come with you because I made a bet with Ken that I'd be able to go with you and I don't want to look uncool. And then Barbie freaks out. Ken's not cool. And then Ken says, well, to me, he is. And it's really funny because it's like, why does he care? It's like so silly and it's so childish and what have you. And then he's like, doesn't understand the patriarchy. And he tries to recreate it in Kendom. And it's silly and big and stupid and all that type. And all the things that, girls would assume the patriarchy is he's doing, but it's not actually reflective of what's in the real world, because him wanting to be a doctor and he doesn't have any medical credentials, him wanting to work at the beach, but he doesn't want to be a lifeguard, nor can he save anybody, or he wants to have a high paying job at a business, but he has no PhD. Doesn't have a PhD or a master's. Like, the patriarchy doesn't even work to him, and it's kind of shattering the idea of it. And then he's like, oh, I think it's about horses. I mean, it's a very childish perspective of what you think the patriarchy is, but it also mocked the idea that patriarchy is not really a thing. In fact, even at the end of the movie,
I was gonna say, doesn't the line even dropped in there? The patriarchy isn't real; it's just an excuse to not be good at something, or something like that. Or
it's something of that nature. Yeah,
or an excuse to.
It's an excuse to hide failure.
Yeah, and that's actually a poignant line.
It's a very poignant line, and it's also, and then the same thing could be applied to matriarchy. Now, I will say this: the speech that America Ferrera gives, I don't think it's really appropriate for Barbie, but it does point into something that culturally has been put on girls by women themselves, and also by some, jerk off men. And that is that women, everything that she complains about, the source of the problem is that she is being grown up to believe that she has to be liked by everyone. And that's a bad message, because girls should just be themselves, and whoever likes them for who they are is a friend or possibly a romantic partner that's actually worth something. Because she's like, you have to be thin, but not too thin. You can't have to be beautiful, but not so beautiful you tempt men away from their wives. Like, all that type of stuff. It's like, you're just trying to be liked. Who cares? Like, it should be who cares. In fact, that speech that she gives shouldn't have been about women. It should have been about, you're Barbie. You inspired us to do this. That's what it should have been. But they didn't do that, because, again, you're still dealing with the idea of, certain levels of messaging that you're going to get in a movie that is literally a product and also a pioneer of the first wave feminist movement of just saying girls have the potential to be anything, up to and including mothers. And then at the end, towards later on the end, America Ferrera pitches the ordinary Barbie, the one that is a mom that's just trying to get through the day. And they're saying market research says that will sell. Great, we'll do it. I mean, it's rare to see a movie that does actually have something that says, hey, motherhood is good. And the other part too, the character of America Ferrera is dejected because her daughter's going through adolescence and is having that rebellious phase, and is also spewing out rhetoric that she completely doesn't understand. And now we're seeing a little subplot of those two kind of reconciling and becoming, a closer family again. And it's very pro motherhood in that regard. I think it wasn't handled as best as it could be. It's a kind of slapdash. I think there are the narrative and tonal problems with regards to that, but on the basic structural and the potential of what they're going for, I think they did a pretty decent job, given the fact that they shot this like last year and they rushed it out for this summer.
Now, I want to know what your guys' take on something like this is. Let's say we'll talk about the meta narrative for a minute. Sure. Let's say people complain, oh, Barbie's not for you. Why are you complaining? But then let's say you take a fairy tale, which is, even though it may have a female lead like a Snow White, I'm not talking Little Mermaid, because I've always thought Little Mermaid was just a girl's movie. Yeah, I know, I said it. But, I didn't give a shit about the cartoon as a kid. I don't give a shit about the one that they remade now. I'm fascinated by if a movie fails, because live-action remakes of animated films are terrible and lazy. That's where I always come from with this stuff. But let's compare this Barbie movie to Snow White for a minute, where you have, let's just say you have one side of the aisle talking about Snow White and, and Barbie. Do you think, I don't want to ask you if anything's justified, but do you think there's a difference in, say, complaining about Snow White versus talking about Barbie? Or do you think it's all female-led films are just one thing?
I think the biggest detriment to the female-led film is the fact that they're not taking it with enough consideration and respect to who females are. Barbie's at least making an attempt to do it, but it does. I think the fact of the matter is that audiences have been unfairly conditioned to be very hypersensitive to this type of rhetoric, because it's already been inserted into a bunch of other male IPs that were huge Paramount IPs, and now they're diminished in value. And I don't think they're wrong to interpret Barbie in that way and be concerned about it. I think it's completely valid. But at the other time, it's like, if this movie were to have come out 15 years ago, I don't think they would have viewed it the same way. I think they would have been a bit more dismissive of it, be like, yeah, it's a lame comedy. You know, that
I
type
think
of
something important to remember here as well. I don't think it's fair to compare Barbie to characters like Snow White, and that's because Barbie's not a character. Barbie is just literally an object for girls to do what girls do in how they play, which is they project themselves onto the thing that they are playing with. This is that study that Lego did, you know, how boys and girls tend to largely, not 100% of the time, but largely play very differently. Where boys, if I'm growing up, I'm playing with Spider-Man or a Batman action figure, I am Batman. Not Andrew is in the suit, I am Batman, right? Or I am Spider-Man. Whereas little girls, all of a sudden, they project themselves onto whatever the thing is that they're playing with. Whereas boys generally, it's like, no, I want to be that thing
We
that I'm looking at on
transform,
the screen.
and the
Correct.
girls make the
I
change.
become Batman or I become Spider-Man, not the other way around. Not all of a sudden Batman's acting like me. That's how we get Pussy Batman written by Tom King. You know, whereas girls, Barbie was literally just for them to be like, okay, so that's why they have, you know, Dr. Barbie or, you know, whatever the tennis Princess Barbie. I don't know what the hell they were. I don't remember what my sister had. But you know what I'm saying, right?
Princess Barbie.
I don't fucking know, man. Listen.
Folks in the chat, pitch us your worst concept for Barbie, like Chipotle employee Barbie, or I don't know, toilet stall cleaner Barbie from the Madison Square Garden. I don't know,
Prison
something
guard
like
Barbie,
Teacher
prison guard
Barbie, whatever it is, you know, they put themselves into that position. All of a sudden now that Barbie is just them, and it's a means for them to kind of like interact in a fantasy way with this little make-believe world that they're making up. Whereas boys, again, we become Batman and we are now in Gotham. We're fighting crime. We're fighting and punching the Riddler, things like that. So it's very different. It's very different.
Dude,
And
what I don't know about you, but when I was a kid, I had to play with shit to the letter of how it went. Like if it was like, you know, if the Batcave was set up a certain way, I'm like, well, I'll make it like the TV show or the command center was set up. And it was basically like I would take my own characters, like even with Star Wars toys, I kind of had like a close facsimile to what you could do with like what was available in the mid 90s, you know, versus Kenner with all those wonderful play sets. But even then I would kind of play within like the letter of the law. I guess that's the difference between males and females, but that's how I always operated as a kid. It's like, hey, I got a Daily Bugle toy. Well, let's go to the top and see J. Jonah Jameson. Let's, we need pictures of Spider-Man,
exactly,
blah, blah, blah.
Because we are engrossed and engaged in these worlds, whether it's, you know, the New York that Spider-Man operates in, or whether it's Gotham for Batman, or anywhere else in any other set of characters. That's just how we operate. That's how we play. That's how we make believe when we're growing up. It's incredibly different. And so I think it's not really fair to compare, again, this we're going back to Barbie, who is just literally a blank slate object for young girls to project themselves on and pretend to be whatever, a doctor or professor, whatever you want, as opposed to characters that have existed. Snow White is a character.
Boys,
Ariel is a character.
I would say this: boys tend to see a universe, understand the rules, and want to play within those rules. Girls want to make up their own rules,
right?
And play with, and that's the other difference too. Because, I mean, like, listen, today in this climate right now, I would not be surprised if some girls that are playing with Barbie are playing with a Barbie that they're calling gender dysmorphia Barbie. Where they just have no clue, like I don't know what I am, and then
little girls that are old or young enough to still be playing with Barbie shouldn't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I've been it's been made aware to me that there are still girls in their 13, 14, and 15 years that still tend to play with Barbie a little bit here and there, and they've been doing something like that. What's fascinating for me is that in the theater there was a lot of girls and a lot of pink, and a lot of men here and there, and there wasn't applause at the end of the movie, but there was positive murmurs coming after it. Like, I would say this kind of tracks with the same type of reception that like Legally Blonde tracked when it first came out, I would say. Like, again, Legally Blonde, good comedy, not a great one, but good.
Much better than this.
Barbie, yeah, I would say this is on par for the quality of comedy you would get in this era right now, where it's safe comedy, doesn't push the boundaries like you want it to, which a good comedy does.
So not really that funny.
So yeah, it's got some jokes here and there, and the intentional jokes do land, but they don't hit hard enough for, again, like what we said earlier. I want to have a joke that hits me so hard, I'm hyperventilating, trying
Yeah,
to catch
I
my
want to
breath,
be trying to
laughing.
catch my breath. I want to be crying. I want to feel like I just did a freaking
I want to
ab
go tell my
workout at the
friends to
gym.
go watch this thing from the
Right?
joke. Yeah, exactly. This
Oh,
Barbie doesn't
I
do
do
that.
find it interesting that I feel like we're having, and a few other people, not many, but that we're having what seems like a deeper philosophical, or at least more well thought out discussion about a fucking Barbie movie right now than we've had in the last, I don't know, 5 years about Star Wars and Marvel and DC and how those have gone to shit. That's kind of obnoxious, I'm not gonna lie.
It's perplexing me because when I got out of the theater, I'm on my phone, I'm writing down notes because I have thoughts, and when I finish, I have like 6 pages of notes, and I've been coming back and forth writing the review to Barbie for my Patreon, and it's like at 7 pages at 11-point font, and I'm not even into like the second act yet.
Jeez.
Because it's just all these thoughts that are coming in.
I thought my 5 pages was a lot.
And I'm just doing this based on from like a writer's perspective, because again, I literally have no skin in the game other than the fact that, hey, I'm glad theaters are making money, and hey, I'm glad the studio actually defended their own property from injection of another type of ism. But
Right.
outside of that, it's like, yeah, this is what is it on the writing side of things? Is it fascinating the fact that you have something that, yes, on the superficial level could look like feminist agenda, but at the same time, there's certain language that's being used. There's certain opportunities where they could have really hit it hard home that other properties have done, but this movie says, no, we're not doing that, which means like they're not committed to it, which means if they're not committed to it and they're talking about it and there's jokes being framed around it, are they mocking it? And if they are, they're doing it in a very safe way. They're not doing it in the way that someone like Gene Wilder or Leslie Nielsen or Mel Brooks would have done.
They're doing it in a way that people that aren't thinking about it heavily aren't going to even, they're not going to think about it. Yeah. And therefore they're going to just assume that, yay, this is a women's empowerment film, and that's going to work for you and against you. It's going to work for you with the access media. Mm-hmm. And then it's going to work against you with a lot of the YouTube sphere, because there are a lot of people that have been kind of banging against the rails about it. And it's fine if they didn't enjoy the movie.
Absolutely. Like
I don't care about the movie. I don't know if I've gotten this through to the chat yet. I do not give 2 shits about this movie. Once again,
I was going to send you a ticket after this video tonight.
I'm only fascinated by a writing standpoint, because it's like, okay, there's some techniques that are in here that are good. There's some that don't work so well.
It looks like there's some really good, like on a technical level, it looks like it was very well done. Like the cinematography, the costuming, all of the set design.
The art direction was fine. Yeah, even me in the video that I didn't like the movie, I said it looks like what you would imagine it should look like. If everything was adapted so faithfully.
Very hard
on the screen, on the screen, it looks like what my sister was describing when she was playing with her shit when she was a little kid, right? And so I'm like, oh well, that. Props to y'all. It looks like the thing. Good job. You made a thing look like the thing that it was supposed to be the thing of.
Yeah, and well, one thing I'll say is that when you're talking with props, costumes, and set design, it's very, very grueling work, but it's also kind of the easy stuff, because all you have to do is design it and then match the photo and you're done. When it comes to writing and making that stuff work for the screen and work with actors and stuff, that's like a different form of labor.
It should be easy, but I've been watching DC and Marvel movies for the last 7 years, and it seems like it's a rocket science to them.
Well, I mean, like the writing part is definitely the difficult part. It's the set design and costumes and all that stuff. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, we just need to make a cool Superman costume. Yeah, we can do that. Except, for last 10 years of Warner Brothers, they've been going into the big plastic, rigid looking outfits and some of the store-bought ones in the Flash that were used. But aside from that,
terrible.
I mean, this was also a far more moderately budgeted film.
It was like 120, 125.
I saw 150 online.
Yes, it's between 1 and 150, which means that it has a better. If it does do well on this next 3 weekends, it's probably going to actually pay for itself. I mean, I don't think it's going to make a huge profit. I'd be surprised if it made $1 billion. I don't think it's that way. Women don't like to go back to movies over and over again, unless it's like The Notebook. So
right.
So yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it getting that far. Maybe it will. I don't know, but I have my doubts. It's not my thing. But again, it's just it throws me for a loop. Like I never in a million years would ever imagine I'd have more thoughts about a Barbie film than I would an Oppenheimer film. And two, one thing that actually I got out of this that I appreciated is that it reminded me of all the pleasant times I had babysitting my goddaughters, and even the frustrating times when I would have to play with my sister or my cousin who told me just to sit there and hold this.
Yeah.
Like,
I was happy to be an only child.
like I was an only child for many years, and then my parents decided to adopt a runaway kid, and then after a few years they just pawned her off onto me, and so she's like living with me while she's going to school, and she still plays, she was still like in touch with her inner child and all that stuff. And that's one of the things that I learned, especially when I turned 16 and became a godfather for the first time. I was like, parenting is hard, and for a lot of the times my parents don't really understand me. So one thing I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and remember and document my perspectives as a kid, so that maybe I'll have a better chance of understanding my kids when I have them. And also a lot of those memories helped when I would have to, if I'd be stuck in the position where I had to teach my god kids a lesson or something when their parents weren't around, or when they end up having a spat with their parents and they need someone to talk to and understand where they're coming from, I could be that voice, and that ended up working out really well. I am now fearing for my life that I'm not going to have it that well with my own kids one day, because hey, I do well with someone else's kids, and then when you get your own, it's like, oh, this is a whole new nightmare. Like that's
Right.
every parent's understanding of it is from my perspective. And when my goddaughters, the youngest ones, when they started to get like 13 and 14, and they stopped playing with Barbies, I thought, oh great, I don't have to worry about knowing the lore or any of that stuff ever again until I might have a daughter my own day. So great, I got a respite from it. And then this movie comes out, and it's like, oh, these memories are flooding back again, and it's just, I don't know what's going to happen.
Ren Weasley in the chat. That actually, I was just thinking about this. That comment that you made, Gundam Barbie. It's not Barbie per se, but if you watch Mobile Fighter G Gundam, there's a Gundam that looks like it's basically a Gundam version of Sailor Moon. That's probably the closest thing.
No.
Yeah.
Do you guys think this movie is going to top Mario in terms of it? Because Mario's the biggest hit of the year, right?
Oh no.
Yes. No, I don't think it's going to.
No, not a chance. I don't think it's going to do that. I don't see, and here's part of the reason. I don't, and people in the chat, or ladies in the chat, if there are any, can correct me if I'm wrong here. I've never gotten, at least from any of the women in my life, whether I'm related to them or dated them or whatever, friends, very few of them will go back and see movies multiple times.
Yeah.
It's not that frequent.
Titanic and The Notebook are the only two I can think of in the last 30 years.
Like even movies that they legitimately enjoy, like they went and saw with their girlfriends, they had a good time, went out to dinner or whatever afterwards, and then that was that. And like if they watch it again, it's when it comes out on home video, right, or on streaming. Whereas I think that's more something. I don't think it's like a stark contrast, but I think that's something that's more of a male thing that we'll go back and we'll see fucking Star Wars 6 times in the theaters, right?
I have never seen a movie 6 times in theaters.
Me neither.
Yeah, I have.
I did. Well, okay. What? Everybody in the chat as well. What movie have you seen the most in theaters, Andrew?
It's a tie between Mission Impossible: Ghost Protocol and the first Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Script?
Oh gosh, the most times. That's tough because the vast majority of stuff I've seen has never been more than twice. So I'm trying to think if there's anything I saw more than twice. Ooh, that maybe Captain America: Winter Soldier. I think I saw that 3 times, but I think one was a premiere I was invited to, and then I was meeting friends, and maybe that. It's really hard for me to do that because I don't often see movies multiple times in theaters, just because so you're usually too busy, and also again I've been in the majority of my teenage year, all of my teenage years actually, and majority of my adult life, I've always been in a relationship, and girls have never wanted to go back and see the same movie again, so never would really come up. And I always love going to the movies with the girl I'm dating at that time. Especially if I can, like my buddies say, hey, you want to go see the movies? I actually by reflex want to invite my girlfriend because I like hanging out with her too, and That's just that, and it's never really been a damper on things. But no, I think Captain America: The Winter Soldier was one of the few movies I've seen more than twice in a movie theater. I really dug it. I'm also a big Robert Redford fan, so fun to see him as a villain in a Marvel movie back when
he was good.
Yeah,
I saw the first Avengers 4 times. That was the only movie I've seen that many times.
I saw that one,
in
I
theaters.
think, 3 times.
Because I saw it the first day it came out, and then my buddies the following Wednesday, a couple guys hadn't been able to make it, so we went when I got out of class. And then I took my friend over to buy a car, and he's like, "Oh, it's gonna take a while to get this paperwork." I'm like, "All right, well, I'm gonna go over to the theater and see the Avengers," because I hadn't seen it in 3D. And then one last time I went somewhere, and I went, "I got a couple hours.
Awesome.
I'm gonna go see the Avengers again."
Thing is, that was a rewatchable enough movie.
Oh my God, yeah.
It was a great experience to see in theaters over and over again, because it's never the same once you've seen it on on home video compared to even with like a friggin' 65-inch and surround sound. It's not the same as seeing it in an IMAX.
yeah. I mean, I think I saw Batman Begins and The Dark Knight twice, only because when The Dark Knight Rises was debuting, they did a full day theater event of Batman Begins, The Dark Knight, and then the premiere of The Dark Knight Rises. So that's the only time I saw those movies in theaters twice. And this was in British Columbia, and all my friends really wanted to see it because we did relative. I mean, I enjoyed Begins more than The Dark Knight, but I really like Heath Ledger's performances in The Dark Knight. But yeah, we wanted to see it again and do the night, have fun. And I was single at the time too, so I didn't even have to worry about a girlfriend. But yeah, it was a fun experience. I mean, granted, a disappointing closer to that trilogy, but yeah, that's one of the few times I can recall seeing. I mean, even the Star Wars, the re-release trilogy, I only saw those twice in theater.
I was too young to go see those many times as a kid. I just saw A New Hope once.
I've never seen the original trilogy in theaters. Sadly, I that's something that I do wish I had the experience of. But I did see all of the prequels in theaters. In fact, I saw Revenge of the Sith like 3 times.
I saw that on 2 different continents. I went to Spain that summer with a school group, and they're like, "All right, we have a couple nights free. What do you guys want to do?" And we all voted to kind of just like pair off in groups and do whatever we wanted. And this dude and I were like, "Let's go see Star Wars." And so we just walked through the local movie theater, and the best part was it was all in English. Even the crawl, they didn't even do anything with Spanish subtitles. It was just straight up the American release. And I'm like, cool, I can enjoy this whole movie. So I had a great time with that. The only Star Wars movie I haven't seen in theaters is Empire Strikes Back. And Andrew, I'll tell you,
the best damn one.
Yeah, well, I say A New Hope's the best one, but I did see the Return of the Jedi re-release, and even though it's the Blu-ray edition, it actually feels different watching that movie on the big screen. Like Return of the Jedi had never been better for me. I fucking loved it that time. It's not my favorite Star Wars movie. It's my 3rd favorite one. But man, was it good on the big screen. I would happily see those old movies again. Like when I went and saw the re-release of Jaws, it was my favorite experience ever.
Oh man,
the old
Jaws on the
water.
In the GTA, they don't do this anymore, but they should. But they used to. You go watch Jaws on the water. So they'd actually set up a projector screen right on the coast of Lake Ontario.
Oh fuck no!
And you'd be in inner tubes and stuff watching Jaws.
Nope.
I couldn't do that.
Nope.
Well, I mean,
I
it's
don't
a
do
lake.
sharks.
It's a
I can
saltwater
watch.
lake. Sharks can't survive in that.
I can watch shark movies just fine. In fact, I enjoy most of the ones that I've seen. But if you were to put me in the water doing that, hell no. Nope, I'm out. Not interested. Not doing it. Not doing it. Fuck sharks. That is the one thing on this planet that terrifies me.
I wouldn't
happening.
say doing it in the ocean, but like in a lake, you're going to be safe. Sharks can't survive in lakes.
It's water. Sharks
they're
are in the
freshwater
water?
sharks. Bull sharks are. What are you talking about? And the Jaws story was even based off of a bull shark attack.
Yeah, but
not a bullshit attack. Okay.
No, that's what we do here.
Bullshit attack. That'll be my new news update. It's time for bullshit attack, and then I just randomly tell you stupid news. Well, that might not be a terrible idea.
Somebody in the chat made a comment on was it Jackson said Mission Impossible 7 is better than anyone seems to be giving it credit for. No, dude, I agree. I saw that not even opening night. I saw the early showing that Monday, whatever it was. I freaking love that movie.
Yeah,
I need to go
I
back
think-
and see it again, honestly, because that's my favorite film franchise. I say that it seems like every week, but I loved that movie, and I'm so glad that it didn't end on a cliffhanger, because then I would be probably unruly and angry having to wait until next summer for part 2.
I like that. I think a lot of it has to do with there's just not enough collective attention to talk about it anymore. Everyone's moving to the next thing before the current thing's even, done. And that's fine. I mean, I get it. People always got to be there for the new big thing. But I thought Mission Impossible was solid. It was my favorite movie I've seen over the last couple of months. And I would watch that one again.
I had fun with it. I thought Haley Atwell really shined and stole the
Oh my God.
scenes that she was
She's
in.
Beautiful woman.
Oh God, yeah.
Like,
Listen, I know a lot of people out there don't think a lot of British women are attractive, but they are. And I'll even
Who?
I don't know. I've heard it in comments through
Who
a series
says
of
that?
live stream. I don't.
On average, they have the big... Never mind. Anyway.
On average, they are great looking. And not only can you point to Haley Atwell, but there's a model I knew way back in the day. I never dated her or anything of that nature. But her name is like Rosie Jones. She's a so Google Rosie Jones model. British girl, very affable, charming. And the reason I met her is because I was with the production that was hiring British models to use as a basis for various other cartoon characters that we were going to be doing for an independent project. And she was a lot of fun. And we met a whole lot of her friends and colleagues, and they're all these British women that are absolutely beautiful that you're like, wow, these are women we wish we saw in Hollywood, at the time, because we were seeing a lot of very thin anorexic women that weren't very shapely, and it was, it wasn't fun. But now we're like, oh wow, we're surrounded by all these beautiful women with British accents and some of them with very filthy language coming out of their mouths as well.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun. And one of the things that's really funny is that a year or so later, I'm in Hollywood and I've got a reader job with Warner Brothers, and I end up making friends and then dating a Warner Brothers accountant who is British, and we had a pretty fun relationship until she fell into alcoholism, and then eventually, when she came to Canada to work at a bank, got laid off and then deported.
oh, well, that's
Shit.
No, it was. Well, I mean, she refused to go to AA, and then when she lost her job because her bank was exposed for being tied to laundering money to terrorist organizations, she's like,
she just can't win, can she?
She couldn't win.
There is no winning there.
She begged to marry me so she could stay in Canada. I'm like, no, if you want to marry me for that, I'm not doing it. Bye bye. I don't care.
Oh,
you're not
yeah,
going to AA. So
yeah,
hit the road.
That's not right.
Yeah.
Well, I suddenly have lost my sympathy.
No, she was great.
You're all out
before
of
the
sympathy?
alcohol.
All out of sympathy. Sympathy
Now-
meters totally out.
Have you noticed? I'm pretty sure we haven't used the W word once in this conversation, have we?
No, I don't think we have, and I think that's because we were having an intellectual conversation.
I know for sure. I refuse to use it in my video because I feel like that's a lame talking point at this point.
It's a crutch.
We've moved past it. I mean, I'll ironically use it with Wokebusters because that's the whole point of the story.
Oh yeah,
It's a joke.
that's satire.
Yeah, it's like it makes fun of the people who would be considered woke, the people who overuse the phrase. No one is safe in my books, believe me. That's why some people die in the
You're
best
like
ways
South Park.
possible. Exactly, I'm like the South Park of
They'll
comics.
shit on anybody.
Yeah,
Jeff is the Parker and Stone of the comic space.
If only I could get somebody to play me some music and we'll write some parody songs because that'll be the next stage. I gotta do the Wokebusters song. That's the thing I want to get out. So when I do my official launch with music and commercials and shit, there should be a full Wokebusters song. Maybe we can have a jam session one day, or the audience can send us in ideas. Folks, if you'd like to be a part of that, worldclassbs@mail.com, the best mail.
Did you want it to be like a lyrical parody of the Ray Parker one, or just a completely original one?
More of a lyrical parody of the Ray Parker one, just for fun.
Yeah.
Because it would roll. I don't know.
There's
it
something
would work really
lame
well.
in the neighborhood.
There you go. That's the opening line. Who you gonna call Wokebusters? I got to figure out something about I got to have a who you gonna call parallel because I don't want to say who you gonna call. That's the Ghostbusters catchphrase.
Yeah.
So I got to come up with something a little better. But
Well, so yeah, like how are they contacted in the book as these heroes? Like, are they texted? Are they? Is there a klaxon? Is there a Wokebuster signal?
I should have put the Wokebusters signal in the sky. The giant poop emoji gets flashed into the sky, and we appear on the rooftop. Hello, Commissioner. We're here to fight.
Sequel there, right there. That's your sequel.
Well, I mean, the story does end with Portland in flames, so we'll have to go to a new city for that.
Yeah, it's like that's the only way to save it. We had to burn it down.
Well,
I don't want to spoil your book for you. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Believe me, I haven't spoiled anything because it's little bits here and there. People don't know the whole narrative of the story. I guess it's a good thing because I don't want people to go, "Oh, I've listened to you talk about it for a while. I know the story." No, you don't. Mm-hmm. You don't know it at all. You know the outline of the story. The guys go to Portland to start this business because they had... Never mind. See? That's all you know. But it leaves itself open for a million ideas, so that's the thing I'm excited for. Believe me, that's what I was working on before this stream. If I didn't have this show right now, believe me, I will I would be working on it right now. But yeah, believe me, I've been having fun with that, and I love that we have this conversation without going into the woke stuff because I didn't watch the Ben Shapiro video. I'm not anti him. I'm not a pro him. He's there on the internet. He exists out there. We all exist on the internet in some form or fashion.
He's Ken. He exists. We don't care.
him making commentary on pop culture stuff to me is like, that'd be like if I tried to start up a rocket science channel. Like, this is not my space. Like, I don't know shit about this.
Oh yeah,
you can give us your opinion, dude, but like you're not coming from a place of education here. Like you are very smart and educated in a lot of things. I don't think this is one of them.
Well, I would actually say he's good at memorizing and reiterating other people's philosophies, but I've never heard an opinion completely original from himself. And before he was Ben Shapiro, I did debate him. And I kicked his ass because I turned his 3 points to having a successful life against him. And he had a temper tantrum, and basically the debate ended anyways because we were running out of time. But it was funny. It was very, very funny. And since then, he has never debated anyone that is really his peers. He always goes after college kids now. Notice, kids that don't have as much experience as he does, so he can stay ahead of them.
I still think his worst take, if it was meant to be satire, was the whole WAP song when he complained about that. I'm just like, it's not my cup of tea, but like, this is not a good talking point.
And also, it's like, I feel bad for your wife if this is your legitimate thoughts on this.
I don't think his kids are his because doctors in the California medical scene, they fool around with each other a lot because they're working 8 to 16-hour days.
Oh,
just throwing.
Just another reason I'm glad I left California.
Just throwing that out there. Nurse Jackie is a little bit more reality based than you want to realize when it comes to California medicine.
I like Edie Falco. She was great in The Sopranos.
Oh God, she's a brilliant actress. Doesn't get enough work anymore.
We'll cast her in the Wokebusters movie. She'll be our Janine. Even so, is there anything else you guys really want to say about the Barbie film as itself? Like I said, I was personally
the chat's probably sick of us, but
yeah, me too. Look, all I wanted to say is I was just interested in the narrative around it. I find it fascinating, the infighting and the fighting that goes on around this movie.
Like that we were able to have a high level conversation. I felt about it, and that's what I wanted to get out of this, and I feel like that's what I got out of it. And hopefully a good portion of the chat feels the same. And at the very least, whether you guys agree with us or not, look, that's something about us over here. We're not just going to tell you what you want to hear. We're going to give you our honest take. Sometimes you're going to agree with some of us and not agree with others. And sometimes you're going to agree with all of us. Sometimes you're going to disagree with all of us. That's what comes as a natural result of us being honest with you guys. We're not going to just base our takes off of what we think you want to hear based off what everybody else in this space is saying. So you're going to get honesty out of us at the very least. So I hope you guys, at the minimum, whether or not you agree or disagree with anything we've said tonight, can appreciate that.
Yeah, I dislike those Star Wars movies as much as I've said in the past.
Oh, look. You're not going to get any argument from me out of Disney when it comes to Disney Star Wars.
Dude, I don't know how much more Disney has left in the tank. I mean, Okay, let's talk about that for a minute, because Script, you're an enlightened guy. Andrew, you're an enlightened guy. I'd like to think of myself in that category as well. What do they have left to do? I mean, they keep making mistake after mistake, and let's say Script, they play into the mistake of, oh, people want these types of movies with Barbie, so they go and they do a super hardline movie like that. They miss the joke, they miss whatever the real point is. And what do you think could be their outcome as a company? Do you think they have decades of viability left, or do you think enough people are just going to dogpile on them, they're going to have to make some serious changes?
Well, I think with their Ahsoka show, they're already doing what a lot of people are interpreting Barbie is doing with Ken, because in the Ahsoka show, there's one male character that we know of that's a villain, or sorry, two, Thrawn and this other guy. And then Ezra Bridger, I think is his name, is pushed to a side. He's only appearing in holograms. Maybe he won't even appear at all in the final product.
When he was like the main character of Rebels, as I understand. I haven't watched Rebels, but like he's like supposed to be the main character.
Listen, they can sink really low because Dave Filoni incorporated the most dangerous thing to incorporate in a franchise, and that is time travel.
Yep.
They can go back and they can have any one of the female characters either kill Palpatine before he becomes a Sith, or train him to become a Jedi, and therefore erase the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy from canon.
Yeah.
There's nothing stopping them from doing that.
Time travel had no freaking business being in Star Wars, but Dave Filoni decided to introduce it for the sole purpose of saving Ahsoka.
Exactly. And then here's the other part.
That is a horrible reason to introduce a horrible mechanic.
If it's not going to be Dave Filoni here, it could be someone down the road, if not 5 years, 10 years, 15 years down the road, that decides to do that, because you've already put a precedent for the mechanic to exist, which is terrible, because now you then basically make everything within Star Wars meaningless. And Star Wars is, like with a lot of IPs, they have their own history, they have their own brand, they have their own lore, and it's important to respect that as much as we respect our own actual history, as much as we try to delve in and understand the facts and understand the context of the times of our history, because it's important to know where we came from, because it informs who we are in the present and helps us better understand where we might be headed in the future. And if you destabilize that in reality as much as you destabilize that in fiction, you then don't have anything of value to hold on to. You don't have the canon. You don't have a grounded foundation. I mean, one of the best emotional moments in the original Star Wars trilogy is that up until Luke starts battling Darth Vader, his history of his family is that his father died and was killed by Darth Vader, and his father was a hero, a good man, and a great Jedi. And then all of a sudden, Vader tells him, hey, that's not really how it is. And Luke just can't reconcile with that right away. He's in shock. He's discombobulated. He's wondering why he feels that Vader is telling him the truth, and that everything that Ben told him was a lie. And all he can do now is just fall in Bespin until he gets rescued by his friends, and then asks, to Ben's spirit, why didn't you tell me? And he's left with this horrible realization that the world is far more complex than he thought it was going to be. And then we as an audience are now realizing, oh yeah, his world is more complex than I thought it was. And holy crap, if Luke's father could fall to the dark side, does that mean Luke could fall to the dark side? And now we have stakes for Luke that we've never had before. And it's really important. And what we've ended up having here in Star Wars is we've had something reflective of that, where Disney has come in and says, yes, you think this is what Star Wars is. You have examples to show you that Star Wars is this, but this is what we're making Star Wars now. And now everybody is Luke in that position, just trying not to believe it. But there's nothing we can do because we don't have control over the franchise. Disney has control over the franchise. And this has been reflective in a number of other IPs as well. And I'm sick and tired of being Luke in that shocked position. And when it comes to something like Barbie, you actually have a studio that is saying Barbie is a girl's property, and we're making fun of the fact that men shouldn't be coming in to take it over. And that's why we've kicked them out in the same movie. And listen, it may have all the other propaganda, it may have all that surface level stuff that makes you hate it. But again, it's a Barbie film that's saying Barbie needs to be in control of Barbie land in Barbie.
Yeah.
and I don't think that's
that
wrong.
should not be a hot take.
Exactly.
The
I don't
problem
think that's
is,
wrong.
unfortunately, that we just now need to get that balance where it's like, okay, so now we need the properties that are generally male centric, not exclusively male, because obviously. Well, okay.
Well, I can't think of a
Rambo
product
is
that is
exclusively male, but
Yeah, but he saves women. I mean, that's the thing. Like, there's always a woman for him to save.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
though.
I
Like,
know you're
we
right.
need to get to the point where now that the properties that are at least it's primarily a male demographic. Superheroes are primarily a male demographic. There's no two ways about that. We need to get back to the point where it feels like we're not getting shit on in our own space. Barbie is an example of, okay, cool. So this is actually kind of how this is more or less supposed to be through the eyes and specific framework of like, okay, this is how a little girl views the world. This is how she plays with toys. Cool. Now, can we do the same thing over here for our shit?
I have a question though. Can we bring back like? Can we stop trying to worry about like modern beauty standards in these movies too? For like, if like just under your guise of like, if they're trying to balance the scales, like, can we stop making everyone frumpy? Because it's always like the one way, and that's
frumpy and beauty just don't go in the same sentence.
It's I'm saying, like, can we have hot Bond girls come back? Can we stop the attack on big boobs? Can we stop the attack on all these traditional things that guys like in movies? I don't want to sound like I'm
that don't
angry
remind
about
us
stuff.
of horses.
Yes,
it's funny
or deflated
because
boobs.
It's funny that you bring up Bond girls, Jeff, because even though I haven't seen was it No Time to Die or
Don't watch it.
Or what was the one before? The Spectre? Is that the one before that? I haven't seen either of those, but I heard it was fine. But what I'm getting at is that from what I've seen, the quote unquote Bond girls in the Daniel Craig films, as much as I liked Casino Royale, I liked that movie a lot. Those don't seem like traditional Bond girls at all. Whereas I look over at Mission Impossible and I'm like, so why are the chicks like way hotter in this movie?
Well, I mean, the thing is, the ones that get promoted in the Bond
and they
ones,
kick
like,
ass.
Oh, they do, but like Ana de Armas is great looking, and she kicks ass in the last movie, No Time to Die. But everyone just remembered Lashana Lynch all up in your face, and you were just like, maybe she's not everyone's cup of tea. Okay, that's fine.
She has weird eyes.
Yeah, uncomfortable eyes. It's like
crazy
just
eyes.
Like, yeah, and you know what? I don't care if a person's attractive or not, but if they make me uncomfortable to look at them, that's the litmus test for am I going to watch your fucking movie? Because if I look at this woman on screen and she's just like looking like the lady from Ripley's Believe It or Not, I'm just going, okay, I'm fucking done.
All right, well there it is.
I was not expecting that reference. That's good.
Look, anytime I see somebody with bug eyes, I go back to the lady from Ripley's Believe It or Not. I'm like, Jesus, woman, you are scary.
Yeah, I mean, the other part, like we do have a number of actors. Like, for instance, I recognize that Margot Robbie is very, very beautiful. However, for some strange reason, like, she's not my type that I would be attracted to. Like, I could be friends with her, I could talk with her. I would never be able to think, I want to be in a relationship with her for some reason. But Haley Atwell, totally banger, bomber. Oh my God, I might forget my girlfriend's name if I see her in person, type of thing. Before I met my girlfriend, what was really funny is that I had 2 encounters with Amelia Clark, very, very brief one. And I met her mother, who's a delightful woman. And every single time I would try to shake her hand and say hello, her publicist would always get in my way. And it's like, she's like, nope, she's not talking to men right now. I'm like, I'm not going to do anything.
And that's why properties like that should be handled by men. I'm sorry if you disagree with that, but James Bond, that's a man's man. All right, that's a male property.
Well, you got the literal Nepo baby, Barbara Broccoli herself, who inherited the job. It's like, great, her and her stepbrother, Michael G. Wilson. Yeah, but our name, the Bond family, or the Bond name's been in our family forever. Yeah, that's great and all, but everybody kind of fucked it up at one point and the other. I get it, Casino Royale was a good movie, but that's kind of about it for Daniel Craig.
Yeah.
What other franchise can ride so high on one good movie and then a series of shitty ones that have kind of followed it? Because don't get me that Quantum of Solace is a good movie. I will fight you every day of the week. That movie's trash.
I do like the song.
I did not enjoy that
because I thought it was cleverly done in a very short amount of time, but the song's better than the movie tenfold at least.
Have you heard the original song?
I have not, but I do.
It's Shirley Bassey. They got her back.
They did? Oh,
yeah.
So
it's on YouTube.
I gotta check that out because I never heard it, and I love Shirley Bassey. My God, she's fantastic.
She loves only gold.
Yeah.
But I'm fascinated to see if this is going to be a shift in entertainment or it's just going to be some more of the same old shit. Because, like, in the Avengers, and follow me for a second, like that scene in the end of the Avengers when the nuke is coming towards New York City and Iron Man averts the crisis and the day is saved. That's what happened when Ghostbusters 2016 failed, because if that movie would have been a hit, we would have had all of these feminized versions of traditional properties. Hopefully this just opens the door to stop trying to fuck with stuff from the past and leave it alone. It's like, hey, we're going to remake Conan the Barb. Well, they already did that one. What's another example? It's like,
well,
fine, we're going to do...
They kind of brought Ghostbusters back with Afterlife. I mean...
But you had to, because you fucked it up so much with the all-female one.
And that's the thing. It's like, okay, Warner Brothers now has actually taken one step that could arguably be in a good direction. So now we got to wait and see. What are they going to do with Superman Legacy? Because we know Aquaman's going to bomb. Blue Beetle, which I'm pulling for because I actually really like the character and I like the legacy of the character. And Old Timey Radio has been releasing the original Blue Beetle radio shows on their channel. Go check them out.
Wait, there's a Blue Beetle radio show?
Well, there's a radio show called Old Timey Radio, and they actually have restored and found recordings of the original Blue Beetle radio show from the 1940s or 50s.
Cool.
I mean, and it's really fascinating to listen to. I mean, they're very simple stories because, of the time, but they're releasing them, and I've been catching them here and there, and it's cool because I was a big Ted Kord fan back in the day. Like I was introduced to him through Birds of Prey, and then I went back, into back issues and stuff to try and get more of him, and the legacy of what he was doing, and then learning about like Dan Garrett and some of the other players involved. And I was like, oh, this is a cool Charlton Comics character and all that stuff. But I'm not an expert of him. I just kind of been like a casual reader of him, but a big fan of the concept and a big fan of like the idea that he's kind of a more charming and affable version of Batman, so to speak.
Do me a favor, when you get a chance, send me the link to that, please, because sure. I've exercised all of my X-Men audio drama episodes, and I need something to listen to get me through my work hours of drawing the comic. And right now I'm listening to one on Wolverine, but like after that one, I think I'm tapped out on X-Men. Like, God, I wish
I'll text my buddy Trace and have him send me a list of some recommendations to send you.
Oh, perfect.
Because he's an X-Men like that. As you are a Spider-Man guy and I'm a Flash guy, that's X-Men with him.
I've become way more into X-Men than I ever have. Like as a kid, I loved the show and I watched it every day, and I had my little Cyclops figure, and I played with my toys. But now, like over the weekend, I listened to like 3 hours of the audio drama. I read a couple books. I watched X3, which is a mistake. I know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers.
Brett Ratner, huh?
Well, let me tell you why, though. Because when X3 first came out, I had never read the Dark Phoenix saga. So when everyone was complaining about it, I was like, I don't like this movie because it's not very good. But I don't know what your complaints are about the Dark Phoenix saga. Now, having read it multiple times and listened to the audio drama and remembering the cartoon version of it, because I didn't remember it from those years between the cartoon and the movie, I think, what the fuck, man? They wasted maybe the greatest comic book story in history. Like, as much as I love Spider-Man, and he'll always be my favorite, I think the Dark Phoenix saga, like that series of books and everything around it, might be the best thing Marvel has ever published.
That's peak Marvel Comics, for sure.
I just want more of that shit.
Well, you're not going to get it anytime soon unless they start selling off assets to people that give a damn.
Well, you know what, folks? That's why you guys want to definitely back our books here at WCBS. Go to Stealing Solo and pick the stuff up, because I want to create... Today I was at the comic book store, and I was buying the supplies to ship out the Stealing Solos to everybody, which, by the way, they're already gone. So if you back a book from me or buy a book from me, you're going to get it quickly. And so I picked up some new indie books and some other things, and man, I'm feeling sci-fi. I really want to make something sci-fi related in the future. I love the genre. I just don't talk about it much. But, I want to do something that's epic like the Dark Phoenix saga. It's like Earth, space, all of this stuff, because it's such a great concept, especially the ending where they have to fight in the whole, like, arena-style battle against the Shi'ar Empire's drones. Yeah. Like, there's just so much great shit out there in that story. And, Script sent it my way. Like, I'm all about, I don't know, I guess I'm one of those people. Whatever I'm consuming, I'm into creating, and so luckily, the sky's the limit with comic books. You don't have to stick with one genre. That's why I would never be able to do like a modern day Marvel book. I don't want to draw pictures of people standing around in a kitchen for 5 hours. There were 3 pages of people standing around in Wokebusters, and I'm going, all right, let's just make sure this looks good. Let's get through it so we can get to the parts where they're doing the other shit. Because who wants to read crap? Like, everybody wants to read the exciting parts. At least I know I do.
And don't skip out on great action, right? Like, that's the other part too. I've noticed in more contemporary comics that have been sent to me recently. It's like, oh, we got all these monologues and stuff, and there's a little bit of action, but you know, it's just the potential of the action. We're not actually seeing the pows and the onomatopoeia and all the stuff that I really like in comic books for that. I think in gosh, what issue is it? I've got it somewhere around here, but I think someone sent me like a Spider-Man, and I don't think all he ever does is web people. He doesn't punch anybody. I'm like, why is there a Spider-Man book where he doesn't punch anyone? Like, he always does something, or he gets punched or something. It was weird. Got to go look for that. I got it just a couple weeks ago.
I read the most recent issue myself, and it wasn't very exciting. Like, they saved the action for the end. And I've been watching these videos with Todd McFarlane and him talking about his entire career, and I recently had read all of his Spider-Man issues, and I'm thinking to myself, why is it so hard to just... It's an action medium. Why do we have to have all these, like... So here we go. I don't know how this parallels with Barbie or not, but you got the wrong type of people reading or writing comic books, be it male, female, whatever you wanted to say it is. It's just the wrong type of people writing these things, because they're trying to turn it into more shit like what a Barbie movie would be versus what a traditional comic book should be, where it's like, it's an action medium, and in 22 pages you should tell a whole story, or at least build part of a story. Today, it's so much boring talking. Like, I bought the new Batman and the new Superman because, you know, it's a bigger black label book, and I'm like, I'm going to give it a shot. I like Superman. Maybe I can finally get it into a comic book I'll like. I'm kind of nervous because I don't think it'll be that good. But my point is, I threw away $7 and I'm angry. No, the thing is, I don't want people to misconstrue my words that, oh, it's got to be action with no story. It's about the balance. You know, I want to be on the edge of my seat. Like,
these are superheroes. That's one of the reasons why this isn't a 100% of the time. I shouldn't have to preface that with this, but I feel like I have to. Why there are very few good female comic book readers, at least in the superhero space. It's not that there are none. There are very few, especially in modern times, specifically in modern times. Because in modern times, it's a lot of, oh, they're hanging out with the bestie. Oh, they're eating. I don't fucking care. No, it's superheroes. I want to see them punching a bad guy's lights out. I want to see them saving the world. I'd rather have them saving a kitten out of a tree than watching them sit at a table and eat, unless it's like an ending scene, last few panels of the book, them sitting, like Superman sitting down with his family, and you know, after a very long day, he earned a damn meal. Fine, but in the middle of the smack dab in the middle of the book, taking 2.5 pages of him to eat food, I don't care about that.
No, Superman doesn't even need to eat in the first place.
No, we just want action and good story written around it. These are superheroes, not super eaters. Like, if I want to watch people deal with food, I'll turn on the Food Network and watch Gordon Ramsay yell at people. That's more entertaining. All right,
dude. Don't even get me started on Gordon Ramsay. He's like my favorite person to watch on TV.
He's hysterical. I freaking love that guy.
My favorite Gordon Ramsay meme of all time is, this chicken is so fucking raw, it literally just crossed the road. Like, it made me laugh so hard.
Or that this meal is so unfinished, the EA tried to publish it. Like, like the things like that are freaking fantastic. The memes that have come out of Hell's Kitchen and other shows it's hysterical. I love that guy.
He's funny as shit. Yeah, folks, we're going to start our new world-class cooking channel. This is a joke. And our whole goal is to get Gordon Ramsay on. He'll teach us how to make
chef.
a cheeseburger. Yeah, world-class something cookers. I don't know. People would watch it. People will watch anything as we get ready to be our on-camera version in August.
You could keep it world-class BS, but it's world-class bologna sandwich.
Ooh.
Is that a fried bologna sandwich with cheese? I've actually
You
never
can,
eaten
you
a
can
bologna
go
sandwich.
anywhere
I-
with that, really.
I
Just
don't like bologna.
a variety of bolognas. I mean, bologna's pork. I mean, it's good.
I did have a revelation the other day, but it really wouldn't be interesting to the people on the channel. It's about two songs that one's a country and one's a rap song, and they're essentially the same song. And because everyone's talking about this not in a small town, and I'm like, I don't really know what you want me to say about that. I don't listen to country music. I can't, I can't talk about a piece of content that no one here on the channel is interested in. Like, do you do that, Andrew? I know you don't script. I mean, it's like, I'm going to start talking about Britney Spears all of a sudden next if I do that shit. I'm not interested.
Yeah. I mean, the other part too is like, listen, what I know of a small town is that if you want to get away with a crime, you do it in a small town because the cops don't want to deal with that. And again, if you're trying to do it discreetly, you will get away with it in a small town. But the other part too that I have also noticed is that if you want to argue, hey, try rioting in a small town as if they can't, you've obviously never seen a big riot before in your life because they outnumber small towns a lot. and I think it'd be scary. I'd be very worried for that small town. Even if they were strapped, I don't care. It's like, I don't want them to go through that.
It's like Assault on Precinct 13, except it's not awesome.
Yeah, except you don't have cool John Carpenter music.
It's so funny that you said that because the first thing I thought of when I said the word is the theme song. It's such a big part of that movie.
Great music in John Carpenter. Love him.
He's my favorite living movie maker right now. Director, writer, producer, whatever you want. Like we used to say Richard Donner was the patron saint of the channel, but he sadly passed away at the ripe old age of 90-something. God, John Carpenter's the fucking man.
John Carpenter would have been perfect for a Batman film.
Oh, yes.
It'd have to be a very specific story, I would think.
Well, I mean, like a solid mystery Batman film, John Carpenter could nail, especially in the 80s when he was at his peak. Not so much in the 90s because he was kind of getting fed up with the Hollywood system, and I don't blame him for that. But no, he has an understanding of westerns, mysteries, and horror. That I mean, there's a reason people put him way above John Landis when it comes to horror. John Landis has basically just got American Werewolf in London,
and the Thriller video,
and the thrill. Yeah, that's it. And like he's done nothing afterwards because, and even his involvement in Animal House is minimal. There's an awesome interview with Ivan Reitman and that Kevin Pollak did years ago, where he basically just flat out said, "Yeah, Landis was there, but everybody else was doing all the work." And I'm like, I believe that because when I started getting into the industry, and people were like, "Listen, he's really well respected, but he really just doesn't. He's not the director that his fan base believes him to be anymore." Sadly,
that breaks my heart because I do love his work.
I think he has a lot of really good stuff under his belt, but he's also he's phoned it in a lot more times than he's actually put in effort.
When I was getting my TV and film degree, he came to a script writing workshop that I was doing.
Cool.
Yep, I got to chat with him.
I mean, the man who made Trading Places is always going to have a welcome place anywhere I am. So,
but he also made Meet the Stupids.
That's not the worst movie he made, in my opinion.
It isn't worst, but it's got a lot of problems with it.
Oh no, it's a shit movie. I would say Beverly Hills Cop 3 is worse than Meet the Stupids.
Oh, definitely. I mean, here's the other part too. Beverly Hills Cop 3. What was the rumor? Eddie Murphy wanted to do it, but he didn't want to make it a comedy.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, you would need a smarter director than Jonathan Landis to pull that off. And he did it because he just wanted the paycheck. I'm like, that's not why you should be taking jobs as a director, especially one with the career that he had since the 70s and across the 80s.
And I know people say like the Twilight Zone killed his career, but he had multiple huge hits after that accident.
Yes, he did.
And so like it's a tragedy that I really don't need to go on about. If people need to look it up, they can look it up. It's a tragedy, and that's all we'll really say about it. Mm-hmm. But I mean, in my eyes, that's not what killed his career. I just think years of crap just kind of made people lose interest. I would like to think he has one more left in him, but I think he'd probably just, throw it to his son, and I don't really like Max Landis' work.
No, Max is like one of the proto wokies in Hollywood. And now Rachel is his daughter. I don't know too much about it. I think she left the film industry, or at least didn't want to get into it. But Jonathan Landis's wife is still producing, as far as I know. And for some reason, I'm having stream brain. I can't think of her name. But yeah, I think she's the one that's like the breadwinner right now in the family. And yeah, Max, I've read a number of his scripts. He has a good voice, but his concepts are kind of weak. He got very lucky with Chronicle, and he botched Dirk Gently a lot. I was very upset with that because I like Dirk Gently. I like Douglas Adams, and he's been kind of soft canceled, and like he is a Wookiee, and listen, he has some great theories on movies and stuff. He knows how to pitch and sell, but he is one of the people you could point to and say, yeah, you're the one that kind of skewered this industry because you got hot with Chronicle and people started to take you way more seriously than they should have.
I've always looked at it as he made something cheap that
Chronicle,
made a lot of money.
that superhero or that superpower film, they weren't really
Yep.
superheroes.
Yep.
I never wound up seeing that. I just remember that what's his face played Harry
Michael B.
Osborn
Jordan?
in Amazing Spider-Man.
Dane DeHaan, yeah.
Yeah, Dane DeHaan. Which I think if they had had a better script for that part of the movie, I think he actually could have been a solid Harry Osborn. But what they wrote was not to my liking. With
He's
that.
an actor with really good genetics because he looks a lot younger than he actually is. The only thing that gives him away is his hairline because he's got an old man's hairline.
See, I bought him up until they decided to ham fist him as Green Goblin in there.
Yeah.
And that was I'm not gonna open the door for a discussion on the Spider-Man films right now, unless we're gonna talk about Spider-Man 4, which is rumored.
To transition to in a minute.
Oh, cool.
I just wanted to say this though. I'm sad, and this is including the Raimi movies too. Why didn't we get the Osborns with the perm or whatever that hairstyle is? Like, I want to see.
It was like cornrows, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah.
That
would have been.
too. Listen,
that
if
would've
they
been
do
something.
that in the next set of Spider-Man films with the Osborn family, I think that'd be a win.
I'm a slave to the whole visual concept of these characters, and I would love to see them all done accurately. I get it. It wouldn't look good on James Franco.
No.
So what?
Well,
It wouldn't
James
look good on Willem Dafoe either. Like,
James Franco is kind of a funny-looking guy. He's a good actor, but he's kind of a funny-looking guy, all things considered. Like, I wasn't like
he's got
super in love with
cokehead
his.
teeth.
Yeah, I wasn't super in love with his Harry Osborn, to be honest. That wasn't a great casting. It also
How's the
wasn't.
pie?
It also wasn't really. I mean, I love that scene because it's memeable. But apart from that, like, that was not a well-written Harry Osborn, in my
You know
opinion.
who would have been a great Norman Osborn? James Caan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say James Woods for a minute. And I'm like, okay, I've watched that one too, but that'd be kind of mean.
That'd be kind of weird. No, I think James Caan back in the day, because he has tight curly hair, so you could probably style it to look authentic to the film. I think he would have been a really good Norman Osborn.
I hope we eventually, because they're going to reboot Spider-Man again in the future.
Oh yeah.
Well, I guess I don't
Probably
know.
when our kids are our age.
Well, look,
That's
after his most recent what the hell is it called? A Crowded Room, is that what it's called? That Holland was doing, where he recently got railed from behind or something like that in one of the episodes. Like, I don't think, like, even though they left his character in a proper place at the end of No Way Home, I don't think I could ever watch another movie with him in it after, like, scrolling through my Twitter feed and that being in it and being like, what in the actual blue fuck is
You might have
this?
to reevaluate who you follow, because I haven't seen that yet on my Twitter.
Nor
feed.
have I.
don't want to.
It was, what was it?
I don't want to see it.
The thing is,
Yeah.
Me neither.
it wasn't in my followings, and I was like, what the shit is this? And so I hit whatever the option was, like, don't show me shit like this, or whatever the hell they call it. It's like, I don't want to see this. What are you doing to me right now? But, like, honestly, it'd be no love lost anyway. Like, he was not a good Peter Parker or a good Spider-Man, so get him out of there. I'm fine with it. And honestly, I think that if Sony was smart, they'd stop trying to push this whole, oh, we're gonna make solo Spider-Man villain films without Spider-Man, and we're gonna try and make them sympathetic villains. And no, Morbius was like memeable. This Craven movie looks like if you called it anything other than Craven, it could be a decent action film, but you're calling it Craven, so you're stupid. Just make Spider-Man, okay? Just make Spider-Man. I don't care if you want to do Spider-Man 4 with Tobey, Amazing Spider-Man 3 with Andrew, something. Just do Spider-Man. Screw the MCU. To hell with Disney. Just make Spider-Man.
I'm telling you, man, the best Spider-Man movie to make is Spider-Man versus the Mob. Just flat out.
You do Hammerhead.
Yeah, you do Hammerhead, you do Silvermane, you tie it in with Daredevil for your little crossover, and you just go street level to a T. Yeah. Eventually, you throw in a Punisher, maybe have Blade make an appearance down the road, but you can have build
Daredevil
a whole
make
universe.
An appearance. Well, what I was hoping is after the end of No Way Home, like, okay, so as much as I have shit on Iron Boy for whatever it was, 3 and basically 2/3 films is what it collectively came out to, with his character, that final bit, they left him in a Peter Parker scenario. I was like, okay. All right, so I'm willing to give you a chance with the next one. However, what you need to do is you need to just ignore almost everything else from the MCU. Don't bring me Avengers. Don't give me cameos. Don't give me hints of anything. Give me Spider-Man doing friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, street-level work. Give me maybe Kingpin, Shocker. Give me some of these, like, lower-tiered Spidey villains. I mean, he doesn't have his high-tech Stark suit anymore. Like, just keep it simplistic and tell a good Spider-Man story. And that's how you refresh the character and bring him back to a place where Spider-Man should really be, at least at an early point in his career. But now, like, after scrolling through my Twitter feed and seeing that shit, I'm like, nah, just get him out of there. Like, I don't even want to give him the time of day anymore.
I never hated him. I just never loved his movie, and I'm glad it is where it is. I would be very mad if they rebooted it right now. But the talk of the town is Thomas Hayden Church, the actor who plays the Sandman, heard that Tobey Maguire and Sam Raimi want to make Spider-Man 4, or are making Spider-Man 4. So it's moving, I guess, along at a nice pace. I have the question, and this is for everyone in the chat as well. Do you want this movie? Let's start with you, Script.
Yes. And part of me wants to see Peter and Mary Jane married with a kid, and I want to see an exploration of him having to balance fatherhood with being Spider-Man. I don't want to see his kids have spider powers yet, anything like that. I just want to see a new dynamic on film of Spider-Man where he has to deal with different types of problems. And I would really enjoy that. I think it'd be very refreshing to see. And yeah, I want to get J.K. Simmons back, put him in the wig as J. Jonah Jameson again.
Oh yeah, because his hair's gone.
Well, I mean, he hasn't had hair for decades.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to see that type of stuff. I think that'd be exciting. Now, there's only so much they can move on it right now because we have we have a writer strike and an actor strike at the moment. So, yeah, if this strike ends soon enough and Sony's willing to pull the trigger, I think that would be great.
Andrew?
So, outside of the fact that I would rather have an Amazing Spider-Man 3, I would also really like to see a Spider-Man 4 that is hopefully more Spider-Man 2 Sam Raimi than Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness Sam Raimi. And because I think that after, and here's the thing, I want both of those films because I think both of them got gypped with how each of their individual film franchises kind of left off. Spider-Man 3 is not a good movie. Amazing Spider-Man 2 has a lot of problems. Both of those are instances of a lot of studio interference. Sam Raimi didn't want to do Venom. Sony wanted him to do Venom. Mark Webb didn't want to do a setup film for the frickin' Sinister Six. He wanted to focus on Death of Gwen Stacy.
That was Alex Kurtzman's influence too. Alex Kurtzman was going to write Sinister Six as well.
Yeah. So Sony was like, no, we're going to set up Sinister Six. So we got to set up 85 different villains in this film in a very short amount of time, when most of the film is dedicated to this other actually important thing. And so I think both of those, considering I have immense love for both actors in terms of the characters that they played, I would really like to see a proper Spider-Man 4. And as you said, like an older Peter Parker, this would be post No Way Home. He hinted in No Way Home about like, hey, you know, we went through a lot of problems, but we wound up making it work. Okay, cool. Now bring us over to that. Show us what that looks like. I already know in my head what I would want that to look like based on having read Renew Your Vows and things like that. And my history with the characters, but show me what you think that looks like, and hopefully it aligns to at least a decent degree, because I would really like to see that, because I do, for as much as I like to poke fun at Tobey's Spidey, because it's really just Tobey in the suit.
He doesn't have that attitude aspect.
I am not in love with Tobey's Spidey. He was a picture-esque Peter Parker. I was like, you could not sell me better on dweeby Peter Parker than this. Aside from the fact that he looked older than, you know, he didn't look like a teenager. He did not look like a teenager in those films, but it was fine. I still loved his performance. So I would really like to see him now, like, all right, now you actually look your age. Cool. And look the age of the character. So let's see what that looks like. I would really like to see that. What are you going to do with that? Because they've done a really shitty version of Venom. I don't even really want to call it Venom.
You didn't like the Tom Hardy version?
No, well, the thing is, the Tom Hardy Venom, I think, fits far better in an Andrew Garfield Amazing Spider-Man universe. I think that the attitude, the aesthetic, and everything, I think that's separate, though. You know, we've had Green Goblin, we've had Doc Ock, a perfect Doc Ock, my God. So what are you going to do for the villain at that point, right? Like, I would prefer a Craven to be more of an Andrew Garfield Spider-Man villain, because the tone that would take, I think. And I think Andrew Garfield's a far more talented actor in terms of showcasing a wider range of emotion. But I do want to see a Spider-Man 4. I want to see what that looks like.
Now, as long as
because I think Tobey deserves it.
Oh, I agree. I'd like to see his character get one final send-off.
As much as I don't really want to see Kirsten Dunst again.
Yeah, I don't.
She's the weakest part of those movies.
I only think she's really weak in the third one. She's fine in the second one, but she gets too petty for me in the third one. And I don't really like anybody in the third one outside of Aunt May. But
I mean, how can you not like Aunt May? Like, she was.
I think she has her best stuff to say in
she
part
was
4 or 3, excuse me. But the thing is, I've been watching a lot of videos as I work on the comic, and I was listening to 2 on the original premise for Spider-Man 4, which I don't really like the premise of Spider-Man fights the Vulture dies, the Vulture's daughter sees it, she becomes the Vulturess, and Spider-Man essentially loses to her, but she gives up in fighting on the end, and Spider-Man just kind of gets away. I hope we don't get that.
Have you read the one where he's hooked up with Black Cat and there's a shower scene together with them?
I have not.
I'll send you that.
Well, it sounds better than the one I read the script for. I am very much on board for another Spider-Man movie from Tobey Maguire and Sam Raimi. I mean, people out there, folks, you know that the first Spider-Man movie is what's inspired me to do the art and do all the stuff that I do with the channel. I was such a fan of it, and I wanted to make my mark in this world. But I think if it's like, could I have my ideal version of the next evolution of the character with Tom Holland or just a Spider-Man 4? I might take the evolution, because as much as I love Spider-Man 1 and 2, 3 is not a good movie, which is fine, but the thing is, it's not going to go beyond one more. And what if it's great? What if it's amazing? What if it's spectacular, all these other adjectives that Spider-Man had, and then you're stuck going back to something else? And I'm finally at a place.
I'd be fine with them leaving
it
alone for a while after that, though. Like, just end it on a high note and give Tobey Maguire's Peter a really high note swan song film, and then just leave the franchise alone for a while.
Yeah,
They wouldn't do that.
No, because they're going to cash in right away. It's Hollywood. They got to do something stupid. Well, let me rephrase it. They got to do something greedy because they got to make more money. I would rather, if we're going to get this fourth movie, I'm hoping it's going to be solid and fun and maybe not even try to rectify the wrongs of part 3. It could just move on. That's the thing I'd like. It's like, all right, 3 happened. We're not going to sit here and spend 10 minutes of this movie trying to make you, or basically essentially apologize for 3. It's like, look, part 3 came out 16 years ago. I was there on opening day. I saw that movie 3 times in theaters. Yeah, I just said that. I regret it. Wow. But it took me that many times to realize it was terrible. Like, we went opening day, and I was like, yeah, Spider-Man 3! All right, it was pretty good. I'm going to go get the video game. And I did. And then the next day, I went back to school. Oh, no, sorry, it came out on an actual Friday back then. So I saw it on an actual Friday. And then the next day, my boss from work took me and this other employee. He's like, let's go see Spider-Man. I'll buy. And he took us over to his house afterwards. We all hung out and shit. I was like, cool. Yeah, Spider-Man 3. Had a good time with my boss and coworker. Awesome. And then one day I was sitting at home after I graduated from high school and I had some time to myself. And I'm like, hey, I got a car. I got freedom. I got money. What am I going to do? I'm going to go see Spider-Man 3 again. And that was the one where I was like, all right, I saw Spider-Man. I went out and did my own shit. I'm 18. Woo! And then I got to college. I bought it on DVD. And I was like, this is not very good. And that's kind of when it was a sobering wake-up call of, Jeff, you've been living a lie for the last 6 months, bro. Spider-Man 3 is not good. It doesn't matter how many. Not 3 times in one day. It was 3 times over the course of a few weeks, because it was like opening day was the first viewing, that Saturday was the second viewing, and then maybe a week or 2 later, because I mean, you graduate in high school early May for some people. So yeah, it took me a minute to realize how shitty it was. But with that being said, I'm optimistic for this. Usually one of my reasonings for being open to reviving old franchises is a very selfish one, but I like merchandise. I enjoy toys based on things I like. And like video games, toy technology is ever evolving. I know people would say there's nothing better than a vintage Kenner Star Wars toy. I disagree, because there are modern versions of Han Solo that look like Harrison Ford finally. Oh, but the ships were better. Give me the new Millennium Falcon versus that old Kenner model. I know you're nostalgic for it. I grew up with a re-release of it too. It's a great toy. But it doesn't have 4 seats in the cockpit. It doesn't have, a gunner's chair that looks like it does in the movie. It doesn't have the Dejeric table. It's like, I get it. You're nostalgic for certain things, and it's awesome. But when technology actually improves upon the thing that everybody loved and makes a legitimately better version, I'm on board for it. That's why I will continually buy, more Spider-Man figures. Well, this one actually looks like a Todd McFarlane drawing. This one actually looks like X, Y, and Z.
I was going to say, did you get your SH Figure Arts Toby yet?
Oh, dude, I got that before I left California.
I'm still waiting on my Amazing Spider-Man 2 one.
Okay,
my friend has the original Spider-Man
that
Tobey
got
Maguire fabric doll thing
Oh,
that was
wow.
collectible in the box, unopened.
My SH Figure Arts got pushed back to August.
Well, I'll tell you, if you're not that hungry for it, they did show the Mafex one at Comic-Con, and I wish I wouldn't have bought the Figure Arts Toby, because the Mafex version, it looks so much better because they use better articulation and body dimensions. I'm like, I'm going to spend another $100. I don't give a shit, but my God. Like, that's the thing. All I wanted out of No Way Home was more Tobey Maguire stuff, and I bought it all. I got the Hot Toys doll, I got the Figure Arts, I got the Hasbro 3-pack, and I got the one in the future I'll get, and I'm good to go. I kind of had that itch scratched. Like, the child in me went, yeah, man, your Spider-Man's back, and I had fun with it. I enjoyed the experience. I got the toy. I'm done. Now, if they go back to part 4, of course I'm going to go see it and review it for the channel and do all that fun, wonderful shit, but I've kind of had that desire to see the things fixed. It's over and done with for me. I'm not going to make a crusade, don't make Spider-Man 4. I'll sound like J. Jonah Jameson there. Or I'll sound like some asshole. Right. It was a fun experience to see the good versions back. But if anything, I'd like to see a different take. And I don't want to say subvert expectations, because I don't want people to mistakenly think, well, we like Ryan Johnson around these parts. Nah, fuck that dude. But I would want more of an outright comedic tone. I don't want some thoughtful, introspective bullshit. I don't want deconstruction. I want a straight up Sam Raimi style quirky comedy. Make it a little scary, make it a little weird, and Tobey Maguire can be funny. Let him be funnier than usual.
Well, he was super funny in a lot of points as Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Like he actually can really nail that awkward funny very well.
I thought the shit he said as Spider-Man though was funny. Like especially like the first scene when he fights Macho Man. Nice outfit. Did your husband buy it for you? I liked the part when he made fun of Doc Ock in the bank. I liked the part even in Spider-Man 3. He's like, I'm the sheriff in this town and all this shit. I understand that he didn't make as many quips in the comic books, but he did make quips the entire time as Spider-Man. We just have to look at the tonal, like what's going on in those movies and like how funny it should be, because I think a lot of people would complain, oh, this is a serious movie. I get Spider-Man makes jokes, but he should pick his times.
Well, there's a balance that needs to be struck with it for sure. And the thing is, Peter does that constantly for a number of reasons, one of which being obviously he's trying to keep his enemies distracted and off balance because that makes it safer for him, but also more introspectively it keeps him focused on that rather than letting himself get lost in the violence, because Peter is actually far stronger than most people realize. I mean, the dude's knocked out the Hulk.
He pulls his punches.
He pulls every single one of his punches, and if he were to allow himself to get lost in the violence, he'd kill somebody.
Well, he slapped the shit out of Mary Jane, so
yeah. Well, that's why it was so dangerous when he had the symbiote suit, you know, because he was all of a sudden a lot more aggressive. He damn near killed people. And so that's one of the reasons why it's important for him to have those quips and for him to do that on a regular basis. But you're right, it does need to be balanced in a way that also kind of that's a difficult thing to balance in a film, where this character does this thing. We know this verifiably. This character makes quips. That's how he functions for a number of different reasons, but also the tone of the movie, the tone of the story that's being told is this. It's like super serious, it's super dark. So how do you balance those two things? That's a fine line to walk, and that requires a skilled writer, and a skilled writer that also understands the character. We don't have too many of those.
No. I think Hollywood should take a gamble on the three of us for a Spider-Man movie.
Dude.
Look, conceptually, I'll throw ideas out. Script can tell us if it works thematically, and we can really have some fun with it. I mean...
Oh, I'd love that.
Funnily enough, that wouldn't be my dream project to work on in Hollywood, but, you know...
Nor mine, but
nor mine.
I would enjoy the hell out of it.
But I mean, listen, any chance to play in a sandbox that I have a great admiration for is one I always an opportunity I'd love to take. But at the same time, I'm always a big fan of, like, listen, I got original stuff I would love to show the world, and I really hope that they would dig it as much as I do. And I'm willing to put that myself out there vulnerably in that vulnerable state to be judged and scrutinized against. And I think it'd be worth it. Whether or not you like it or not, I have no problem with how you take it. I just want to get out there and see what the response is.
Yeah.
So, any guesses on what they'll do? Let's say this movie gets made.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think it'll actually be? I know I want to see Spider-Man versus the Mob, but you know it's going to be a more, traditional villain, so they can make as much money and maximize it.
The tricky thing is that they've already hit. Here's the thing. Raimi, he used two of Spidey's most prominent villains, like right out the gate. He kicked it off with Green Goblin, for God's sakes, and then he followed it up with Doc Ock. And then in the third film, the studio interfered and he was going to do Sandman, I think, which would have been a nice
Vulture.
departure. And then instead, the studio was like, "Hey,
gotta do Venom.
Here's Venom. We're doing Venom. What? I don't want to do Venom. Well, we want you to do
Grace
Venom."
is outside. He signed a contract.
Oh God!
Well, tell him to go back to that '70s show.
Yeah, I don't want to think about that. So unfortunately,
Hank Azaria should have just come back and done Venom. He did the voice of Eddie Brock in the cartoon. He's a bright size and age at that time.
Mm-hmm.
A big missed opportunity.
The tricky thing,
I'd have liked that more.
The tricky thing with Toby, I think specifically, is that, like I said, Raimi led with Gobby and followed up with Doc Ock. And so, okay, where do you go from there? That doesn't feel like a step back. I think you could do Kingpin with him, but oddly enough for me, Kingpin feels like that villain that this is a major Hallmark milestone for Peter in taking him down, and I feel like that would be at more of a not an early point, but kind of a midpoint in his career, and that would have been like the shifting point. That's why I like in the PS4 Spider-Man game, like it's an older Peter, and it starts off with you taking down Fisk, and I'm like, okay, cool. This is a good setup. This is a good starting point for this, a good launching point for the rest of the story, because it feels like we're taking down a villain that has been a thorn in Peter's side for a very long time. So I feel like with the age that Toby's Peter's supposed to be at, I feel like Fisk would already or should already be taken down, but I wouldn't be opposed to them doing him as the villain, because for me, other villains, like, you could do things like Mysterio, but we just had Mysterio in that dog shit Far From Home film, and I that left a horrible taste in my mouth. We had, I love Jamie Foxx, and I hope that he's getting healthy, but not a good Electro. So
You mean you didn't like the Riddler 2.0?
Look, man.
Yeah.
Like,
the other part too is that Fisk does work with Spider-Man, but he's also got way more layers with Daredevil, and I think maybe it'd be better to keep Spider-Man away. Like, we haven't had the Scorpion, and that could be that you could actually reconcile that with a Mob as well.
thing is, if you do Scorpion isn't one of those villains for me, at least. And Jeff,
Well, he's a brawny villain primarily.
He is.
Like that's
you guys can give me your own thoughts on this. But Scorpion for me isn't one of those villains that stands on his own well enough. I like him better as part of the Sinister Six, but I don't want to see the Sinister Six on film because it's too many freaking villains, and Hollywood writers have proven themselves incapable of juggling a number of villains.
Well, not only that, it's too easy of the trope where Spider-Man just has to get the six of them to fight amongst each other in order to win, and that's how it is with any of the Sinister Six stories, as far as I can recall. And I'll defer to you guys to correct me in that.
It's not all of them, but there's certainly plenty of examples. There are plenty of examples. Yeah. There's a good reason why that came to your mind, because that has happened.
I remember reading a number of those solutions. The other part too is, like, I think steering away from the symbiotes would be a better idea. I also think, listen, it's a long shot, and I don't think a lot of people would expect it, but you might be able to pull it off if you have a very clever take. Remember the Ringer? Not a great Spider-Man villain, but something you could probably have fun with.
For a second, I thought you were talking about that Johnny Knoxville movie. I'm like, whoa, talk about a movie you can't make today.
Oh, man. Johnny Knoxville and Brian Cox. Not a bad movie. But
Jeffy was his name. Believe me, everyone used to talk about that movie to me.
Eye contact. Maintain eye contact. I'm surprised how much I can quote that film, and I've only seen it once. But I'm thinking, like, there's got to be other. You could do something with regards to Spider-Man, the way that they elevated Guardians of the Galaxy from, like, D-listers to A-listers. I think there's some villains in Spider-Man that other people wouldn't consider right off the bat that you could have fun with, stay authentic to, and use at this stage in Peter's life that might have a bit more fun for quips and a bit more meaning that can reflect on what Peter's like as a Spider-Man, like as a 40-year-old Spider-Man.
For a moment, I was thinking, oh, this would be the prime time to do the Lizard, but then they did the Lizard twice. Even though I'd like to see the Dylan Baker evolution, but I think it's a little too late for that.
He was well cast. I was.
Talk about a great build too. He was in or mentioned in every movie. Because in the first movie, Dr. Connors fired him from his lab job, and in the second and third one, you actually meet Dr. Connors. I thought the first Spider-Man movie did it right, and I think this is what every superhero movie should do, is you make a movie as if you're not guaranteed to have a sequel. So if you pay attention to that first movie, Eddie Brock is mentioned by name in that movie. They don't call him Eddie Brock, but they say, no one can get a picture of him. Eddie's been on it for weeks.
Yeah.
That's who they fucking meant back then. It's not like just some random guy named Eddie. All those little things were dropped in there as spoilers. Or not spoilers, but little
they were setups, peppered setups that didn't have to be paid off necessarily.
Yeah. Right.
And
you could put those setups like, ooh, if we get a sequel, what are they going to do this? Are they going to go this direction? Are they going to go that direction? That, yes, exactly as you said. You can layer in some setup there. You can put some Easter eggs. It's like, oh, what if this were to keep going? We could get this, and that could entice people to go back and see it more. And Give the movie a bigger box office.
They've ruined the spot with Across the Spider-Verse because that would have been great for a Peter Parker Spider-Man, like low tier villain. So yeah, like I'd have to go through his rogues again. But
Well, I pulled up an image and I was looking at it and I thought, well, the Hobgoblin could hypothetically work if you do a story about someone who wants to be the successor who stumbles across Oscorp tech or something jumbled along those lines. But it's like you can't do Electro, Goblin, Kraven, Rhino, Mysterio, Doc Ock, Osborn, Carnage,
you could do the
Morbius,
Wax Man from the cartoon series.
Like
oh, Parafino?
Yeah,
you could do Hobgobby, you could do Tombstone.
Tombstone would be the shit.
I'm just trying to think of villains that would
do the voice, man.
I'm trying to think of villains specifically that would fit in with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man.
Sam
I'm
Raimi's
telling you
street
right
level
now,
Spider-Man, yeah.
Because they were very much more street. Exactly, they're very much more street level.
Well, stack it up. You do Tombstone, Hammerhead, and you have a gang war maybe. You just have Tombstone, Hammerhead, Silvermane,
Scorpion. If you put Tombstone
Scorpion.
hands, yeah, Silverman, Scorpion. Get Michael Jai White to play Tombstone, man.
Maybe Chameleon.
Get Chameleon in there.
That
too.
would be cool. Because the Chameleon, you have so many options. You could do. I don't think Sam Raimi's the right guy to do like a political espionage type of thriller thing.
No.
But I would really enjoy, like, if they ever get to it in Spider-Man movies, the story where like the Chameleon's, I think it's called like Assassination Nation is the story, where eventually Captain America and Silver Sable have to get involved. I would love to see them adapt like that late 80s, early 90s era of Spider-Man.
There's
That's
also
what I kinda wanna see.
there's also another female villain. I have her. She's on a cover of one of my Spider-Man. I can't remember her name, but she has
Silver Sable.
earrings that are big spikes, and she's a brunette. She wears a thin, like a red dress, but she has these long spikes that she uses to stab her victims with. And I thought she was really interesting, and I don't remember her popping up much, but I think she's like part of the mob.
Do you remember what relative era maybe that was?
Late 90s. I mean, oh god, I actually have them like I'm
a 90s Spidey guy, and I'm
got like
struggling to
200
remember that character.
I'm trying to remember. I think it's just post Ben Reilly.
Okay, so it's post the Clone Saga.
Yeah, I've got like 200 or 300 Spider-Man books on my shelf. It's going to take me a while to go through them all.
No, you're fine.
But
you're fine. That's gonna bug me.
God, well, the other part too is like one thing that reminds me of her is like I remember seeing an episode of like Justice League Unlimited, and they introduced the character of Roulette, and it's like, wow, she looks a lot like Roulette. Maybe Stunner, yeah. But she looks a lot like. Was she blonde? Roulette. No, she's a brunette.
She's a brunette. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking up late 90s female Spider-Man villains, and I'm not finding anything. I just keep getting pictures of recolored Todd McFarlane artwork.
Yeah, that's...
Which is kind of weird.
Yeah, that's going to bug me that I can't remember that right now. But to be fair, I guess it's been a few years since I've gone back and read some of the 90s stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think we're in agreement, though, that it's important for Spider-Man 4 because it's a Sam Raimi, it's Tobey Maguire, that it needs to be less on the fantastical. It needs to fit thematically with how Sam Raimi's Spider-Man films generally were. So a little more street level. I mean, there certainly are options. It's difficult because he led with like peak Spider-Man villains. That's like kicking off a Batman film. Like we're leading with Joker. Okay, all right.
Delilah.
Oh,
I can't believe I found it that quickly. So it's not post Ben Reilly. It's actually right towards the end of Ben Reilly, but 96.
Okay,
August.
Yeah.
Spider-Man 414 cover I've got
yep.
here.
The era of Spider-Man I refuse to read. As I'm working my way through every issue of the 90s, that's no joke. I don't like Ben Reilly. I know.
Oh, neither do I. I hate. Look, dude. I take a hard stance on this. It's always hysterical on Twitter because all you have to do is say Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Miles Morales is Miles Morales to piss everybody off, and everybody loses their skulls on Twitter and any social media or Reddit even, which is a cesspool, by the way. I have learned that recently. It's always funny when people are like, "Oh, you just hate, you only call Miles Morales an imposter because he's black." Okay, cool. Now try doing me calling Kane and Ben Reilly and Gwen Stacy and all of these other copycats imposters as well, because one of them is literally actually two of them are clones of Peter. So like what are you going to do about it? Like I don't want any of them. Get them all out of there. Throw out every damn one of them. Give me Peter Parker, and that's it. I will tolerate Jessica Drew and Julia Carpenter because they're not actually they are Spider Women, but it's really in name only. They are in no way associated with Peter. And honestly, they could probably do with having their own names. Like give them a different name.
Well, I think one of them's Arachne now, right?
Well, Julia Carpenter is actually the new Madam Web. But apart from that, I think that Jessica Drew is still Spider-Woman. But that aside, like just get rid of all of the Peter clones and the knock. I know there are probably some Miguel O'Hara Spider-Man 2099 fans in the chat because he always seems to have fans. I don't give a shit about him either. Throw all of them out. Peter Parker is Spider-Man. I give zero craps about any of these other characters that are not him.
I'm always okay with Miguel O'Hara since it's, Peter Parker's dead at that point. Because it's like, oh, none of us that are... Okay, very few of us that are listening to the show will be alive in 2099. So I guarantee you in 2099, Peter Parker will still be Spider-Man in the real world, or in our world, because he'll still be making those books forever and ever and ever.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm interested in this movie. I know I'll be there on opening night, and that's all I really have to say about that. When it gets, to the time, we'll review it together, guys. We'll all reassemble Avengers style.
Absolutely.
We'll do we'll do roundtables of the original Raimi trilogy. We'll come back for part 4, and we'll just be like, hey guys,
maybe we'll do a watch party.
Yeah. We'll do a big watch party. I love doing watch parties, especially when there's drinking involved, folks.
Yes.
We're going to bring you some more of those
most of
soon.
that will get consumed during Spider-Man 3 in order to get us through it.
Yeah.
Wait, do we have to rewatch Spider-Man 3 before?
You gotta rewatch the whole thing.
Yeah, you got to torture yourself before it gets good. Here's
Hopefully.
the big what if. What if Spider-Man 4 is terrible?
Oh gosh. Well, I mean,
Listen, always a possibility.
Multiverse of Madness wasn't good, so
Yeah, I've changed my stance on that movie. I went back and rewatched it. I'm just like, I like the Sam Raimi-isms, but I don't like that movie.
like if you're a Sam Raimi fan, there are things to enjoy about that film for sure because he does a lot of call outs to his own stuff. But like as just a Marvel fan or a comic book fan, Doctor Strange, like, or just a fan of like a coherent film, it's not good for me. I didn't. I was, and the entire time I was trying so hard to be in Wanda's corner. I was like, you are botching making this a sympathetic character, like really horribly. Like, all right, you want me to attempt to forgive what she pulled in WandaVision? All right, fine. I'm gonna try my best here. But then, okay, you're gonna go, and she's gonna go to another universe, and she's going to steal another version of herself's kids. What? Like you are botched. So like there was no redemption arc there. Like, okay, so she destroys the thing at the end. Cool. But like, what about all the shit she did leading up to that?
Yeah, Marvel really dropped the ball with everything with that character.
You could have told that story similarly, but done it well and made it so that I did sympathize with her because I wanted to. I legitimately wanted to sympathize with Wanda. But the person in me that like wants coherent storytelling and good character arcs was like, but this ain't it.
No, and
that was frustrating to me.
And don't even get me started on WandaVision. That show was shit.
I liked the start to it, like the first few episodes. And part of that might be because, I grew up watching like Andy Griffith and I Love Lucy and I Dream of Jeannie type of stuff with my mom, So like it had a lot of hints of those shows in oh my gosh. Why am I blanking? There was another show, Dick Van Dyke, and the Dick Van Dyke Show.
It's
things
a
like
good
that.
show.
And there were, it was fantastic. And there were a lot of great, like, little callbacks to shows like that. And I was like, oh, this is fun as hell. But then, like, once they got past that after the first couple of episodes and started moving into just more of like, all right, so now we're in, like, it's clearly the present day, blah, blah, blah. Then it just kind of went downhill from there. And I was like, this is, like, okay, it was cool seeing her, like, in the finale, like, get her full powers, and her outfit looked great and all of that. But I was just like, the writing is not here, man. Like, you dropped the ball on this. And that was unfortunate to me, because I like Wanda a lot as a character. And I wanted to sympathize with her a lot. It was just, the writers made it damn near impossible.
It was Agatha all along.
Oh, God. All right, so objectively speaking, that was funny, but it was stupid. And, like, the fact that they're trying to make, if it ever even happens, a series, a Disney Plus series on Agatha, that's retarded. I don't know why you would do that. Nobody is asking for that. I will say that actress, like, she nailed that performance, but that's not Agatha. Like, what she was playing was not Agatha. That performance, however, was funny. I will give the actress credit, but like
Catherine Hahn.
Yeah, you're not making a solo series on Disney Plus about that. Like, don't try and sell me on that. It's not.
They're not making
work.
solo series on Disney Plus for anything anymore, dude. Disney Plus.
Disney Plus has lost them so much money.
I would just rather them go into the archives and release box sets of these old Marvel cartoons and call it a day.
Dude, give me a 4K HD remaster of Spider-Man the Animated Series, X-Men the Animated Series. Shoot, give me Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Avengers. I'll buy that, because that actually had a good version of Carol Danvers in it.
That exists on Blu-ray.
Yeah, no shit, that's on Blu-ray?
Yeah, I got it.
Really good.
Well, shit, son of a bitch. Okay.
Yeah, you can get, there are a couple, like, you can get the Spectacular Spider-Man on Blu-ray. You can get that show on Blu-ray. I know this isn't Marvel, but, like, I own Justice League, the cartoon, on Bluray.
I need to pick that up on Blu-ray, because Justice League and Justice League Unlimited were that was my shit.
Yeah, I don't want to call it a perfect show, but man, those are fun. That's my favorite iteration of DC ever.
Well, here's the thing, and this is something that I wish that the live action studios would get through their skulls, because I know people who didn't grow up reading DC comics. But they did grow up watching, because, for one reason or another, maybe their town that they lived in didn't have a local comic book shop anywhere nearby. But they grew up watching those shows. They grew up watching Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series, Justice League Unlimited, and Justice League the Animated Series, shoot, even Batman Beyond. And so they have a specific idea in their head of who these characters are, and that idea is mostly correct. Like, that's the beauty of the old DC animated universe, is that they took basically, like, the most iconic versions of these characters and mass produced them in animated form. And therefore, an entire generation grew up with the correct version of these characters. Like, they nailed it with so many of them. And so they have a good understanding of who these characters are. Whereas with a lot of the live action stuff, it's like, okay, you're calling this person this character, but it doesn't matter that they have the same powers, that they're wearing the suit, and that they have the name. Like, that is objectively the way that they're acting, their demeanor, all of this. It's not the character.
Do you think
that's the beauty of those animated series?
Do you think there's any truth in the fact that they're trying to package up DC for a sale?
God, I hope so.
Where does it go, though? Because Warner Brothers has had it for forever.
Warner Brothers will never get rid of a money-making IP like that. They know how valuable it is. Even if it is getting diminished in returns, they know eventually one day they can make a whole lot of money off of it, because it is literally an IP that is coming up to 100 years old.
Yeah, and that is true. There's certainly merit to that, and that's probably the more likely thing. However, my hope would still be that they end up having to sell it for pennies on the dollar, and smaller studios can purchase the licensing to these IPs, and have people that actually give a shit about them put at the helm, and then we get quality injected back in them, and then Rip-a-Versal by Batman and Flash. I'm going to write the Flash. That, or I'm just going to have to finish my idea for an original Speedster character for it. So.
Well, that'll work. Believe me. I want to read that.
Yeah, you do. That sounded arrogant. Maybe
That's okay.
it was supposed to.
I didn't take it personally. I don't think anyone in the chat took it personally either.
I still need to read Stealing Solo.
Yeah. Folks, you guys should read it too. It's available on stealingsolo.com. Like I said, folks, I get
segue.
emails all the time, thank you, about the sequel. As soon as we sell through this back catalog, we only have a couple hundred issues left, and we have over 191,000 subscribers, so if we could sell it, it's moving quickly. Like I said on my personal Facebook, I was surprised how many moved yesterday. I was like, God damn. So I spent all day packaging them up.
That's a great problem to have.
It is a great problem to have, and I'm very thankful to everyone, and that's why I wanted to make sure you guys got your stuff as quick as possible. Almost, like, look, depending on where you are, some people bought it in my state, so you'll have it in a couple days. Most people will have it in just a few days. So it's on your way, and to the gentleman that bought multiple copies, thank you. We found a nice, safe, secure way to mail you all of them at once. So I hope you enjoy those, and thank you for buying Stealing Solo. It's on its way to you, folks. So go to the link in the description below. I know a lot of people have read it, but this is your last chance to get it because I'm selling these out, and then I'll bring you the sequel. And then after we crowdfund that one, we'll do the finale, Frankenfisher, The Bride of Solo, which is a horror parody about digging up a corpse. Believe me, it's all very pointed. If you're anti-Disney Star Wars, this is the book for you. Instead of me remember, I didn't just make YouTube videos because I was trying to cash in on something. I'm really one of the first people that did this shit. And then I turned it into a product because I said to myself, well, if I really want people to know how I feel forever, they'll read this comic and they'll understand the pain. And they'll also laugh because it's a funny book. Dr. Coffin Nails has done a lot for the book by talking how it's laugh out loud funny. So read it, folks. You'll have a good time. I know you will.
Well, there's something really important to be said about that because you present yourself as a legitimate longtime fan of this stuff. Marvel, I know you're less of a DC guy, but Marvel, bit of DC, Star Wars, all this. And you were disappointed and upset and insulted about how the mainstream big studios have been handling these things that you love. And so you said, fine, F it. I'll do it my damn self. And
Thanos
so
style.
you're like, I'm not just going to bitch about what the problems are. We're going to do that because people deserve to be mocked when they do things deserving of mocking.
Yes.
And the mainstream have been doing a lot of that for the last several years. However, that shouldn't be where that ends. If you have a creative bone in your body, it's important to exercise that. Whether you are an illustrator, a concept artist, a script writer, and a novelist, whatever that is, maybe you have a deft eye with a camera, whether it's taking stills or a video camera, whatever that is, exercise that and offer that to people as an alternative, as a legitimate alternative. It's not good enough to just have an alternative for alternative's sake. You can't just say, hey, here's this thing. It's not woke or it's anti-woke, but the writing and characters are still shit. That doesn't do anybody any good.
No, you got to get feedback. You got to learn from it.
Exactly.
There have been with
like
your audience, and
right. We talk about freaking pre 2010s comics and media all the time. There was plenty of stuff that sucked.
Oh,
sure,
gosh,
it wasn't woke, but it was still just garbage writing. That stuff permeated the 90s. As much as I loved 90s and early 2000s comic books, it for every single diamond there was a lot of crap,
dude. 90s comic books suck for the most part. Of course you have your gems, but I think they're just like a sugar rush. You get jacked up, you get amped up, and then once you come down, you go, what the fuck? Like, I honestly, on average, I skip over most, like, I don't like 90s Batman. But, Jeff, what about Nightfall? Well, that's fine, I'll read that. Mm-hmm. But, like, a majority of 90s Batman or Superman outside of the death of Superman, I'm not interested. Even Spider-Man has black holes of quality in the 90s.
Yeah.
Dude, Clone Saga, Clone Conspiracy, like,
Clones, they're all clones. I know, yeah. I hear
Garbage.
that because it's funny that you say that because I'm actually working on a Patreon post where I talk about the importance of taking a break once you finish your first draft. Let it sit, then come at it fresh because I've been dealing with this, especially during the pandemic. I've been with writing partners. We get a first draft done. They're like, okay, let's send it out there. I'm like, no, my God, no. We need to take a rest, but we need to go
You
back
want
and
to
rewrite
refine it.
and refine it. Yeah, and I've been working on a script. Prior to the writer's strike, of course, now can't do much, but working on a script with a partner out in LA, and we were really up ahead to like, okay, we're going to pitch this, and I'm like, I don't think we should pitch this yet. I think we should take a break. We took a break. We went back and reread it. We laughed at all the parts we had to laugh, but we're also seeing little things and cracks here and there. Like, oh, we got to fix that. We got to fill that in. And I was teaching him the value of like, we're writing a story. No one's seeing it. It's outside of normal genres. It's very high concept. Nobody's competing with us right now. We don't have to rush this out right away. Let's make sure it's the best thing ever so that when it does hit, we're already ahead of the game for anyone that's going to want to try and copy us and do another version of this for another studio. And it's a lesson that he really, really liked because he comes from a different area of filmmaking, a different area of screenwriting. And when I was able to bring this into him, we ended up right before the writer's strike hit, we ended up having something that we are really, really confident and proud of. And we think
that's good to hear,
sell.
man.
So
That's
we're
awesome.
like chomping at the bit right now thinking, okay, great. Now, when does
that
this
gives you
damn strike
potentially
gonna
more
stop?
time to fine tune just the itty bitty stuff, and that's important. Like you want to present something to your audience that's of quality. Ultimately, your audience is going to be the judge. Like if your target demographic says that this thing is phenomenal, okay, keep going down that line and fine tune it as you go along. Your paying audience is the ultimate decision maker for you. Like if everybody says, if a ton of people tell you that your product is of your creative work is fantastic, but they're not paying for it, they're not buying it, that doesn't help you.
Exactly.
If your peers are praising it, but nobody is buying it, that doesn't help you. So you need to first focus on your paying demographic. Eric talks about this all the time because while sure, there are plenty of things that can, no one's a perfect creator, no one's a perfect writer, no one's a perfect artist. There are always things you can fine tune and just make, even on a minute level, on an acute level, make better and better. Every single time you produce something, you still ultimately need to be listening to your paying audience first and foremost, because your paying audience is the one that's paying the bills. Paying audience is the one that's allowing you to continue to create this stuff. And so if that target demographic says, yes, we like this, more of this, cool, do more of that, but try to find ways to improve it just every single time so that excites them just every bit more.
And also look a little bit beneath with regards to what they're saying they're like, because here's the other part too, and this is what I've learned about business. Lots of customers will tell you what they want, but really want to pay attention to what they like, because sometimes their wants and their likes don't always line up. And that comes into the thing. Like if, say, for instance, Superman at its peak, all the customers said, we want Clark Kent to be a blonde with a mustache and no longer fly. And all the paying customers said that. I think DC would be very right to say, well, that's not Superman. So let's dig deeper into regards to what do you like, and then explore it that way. Because again, yes, you have to respect your paying customers, but you also have to go beneath that, because sometimes the wants might not always align with what they like.
Well, there are unspoken wants, there are unspoken needs from customers, and that requires a lot of business sense that, truth be told, not a lot of creators, in fact, I would venture to say most creatives do not have. And it requires either a partnership with people that do understand that, so you can collaborate and be like, okay, what are they maybe saying here?
This is the data. How can we understand this, translate that?
Exactly.
And how can we provide a creative angle that satisfies this data?
Correct. Creating a quality product that satisfies your customers is not easy. It looks simple on paper, but to do it repeatedly, to have success that says Stealing Solo had this amount of success and Woke Busters followed it up and is also having this level of success, that's difficult to do outside of just on paper. It seems like it's simple, but it actually requires a lot of work. It requires a lot of paying attention to your audience and paying attention to what your audience maybe isn't saying, but they're saying in between the lines, and that requires business sense. So it's important, guys, if you have a creative bone in your body, try and contribute to that, because
Well, you're building
ultimately
your niche, right?
a rising tide lifts all boats, right? So if ultimately DC and Marvel and Lucasfilm get their shit together, but we now also have all of these other properties that are also doing very well and have their audience, and that audience is growing and more people are getting exposed to it, that's good for everybody.
Yes, it is. The other part too is, again, the competition, and especially in the comic book sphere, has really been narrowed to the big two. And then now you have all these other pockets where you've got like Dynamite and Image and so forth, kind of doing their own little competition through tiers, and that's good. But we kind of want to, you kind of want to make, or at least have at least one more standout, one more alternative that says, hey, we can actually like make one of the gods bleed, so to speak, because that will get them into gear.
Well, here's I think this is to your point, actually. I'm going to piggyback off that before tossing it back to Jeff, and I'm sure we're going to get to super chats and things like that here in a minute. I think that's the true test of your quality and of your audience's enthusiasm for your product. What happens, and this actually extends just beyond comic books, this extends beyond film, this extends to just this space in general. What happens when all of a sudden the things that opened the door for your alternative to exist all of a sudden start becoming good again? What happens then? Can you still stand on your own because you have a quality product and you have injected enthusiasm into a market with that product? Will people still stay there even when Batman is all of a sudden good again, Spider-Man is all of a sudden good again, X-Men is all of a sudden good again? Like, are people going to be like, cool, yeah, I'll go back to my local comic book shop and grab those a couple times a month, but I still want to buy this. I'm still going to give my money to these people because they are also producing something of quality that I am enjoying, I'm enthusiastic about the future for, and I want more of it. That's the true test. It's easy, and I say that in quotations because you still have to produce a good product, and market it, which is probably the hardest part. It's easier to do that when all of your competition is in a downward spiral, right?
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's one of the reasons why even at the peak of comics in certain decades, alternative independent comics still struggled a lot because it's not
Image
the quality,
exploded.
I mean, it's
initially.
not just the quality of the book, but it's also the fact that how do you market competitively against the big ones that have already dominated a majority of the industry? That was the biggest challenge. I remember, I mean, it was a miracle for Mirage Comics with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to do what it did.
Oh yeah,
like,
you're not kidding.
I mean, 100% a miracle. And then later when Image came around, that worked out well because they decided, okay, we're actually going to do like commercial advertising. And they've also linked up with a toy manufacturer to help move comics as well. I mean, that was brilliant. But now, today, we have something that they didn't have 40 years ago. We've got the internet. We've got social media. We also have other outlets like YouTube and Rumble and Vimeo and all that type of stuff to advertise not just who we are as individual creatives, but also pitch out ideas to the audience to be like, hey, I've got a character like this. Ooh, that looks intriguing and exciting. Okay, that's my base right now. That's where I'm going to start off. What's their feedback? What are they looking for? How do I reconcile that with what I'm doing here? And how do I still hit the things that they're saying they like in a unique way that's going to want them to come back again after they get that initial purchase, right? And that's good business savvy. And the other part too is we're also seeing now more collaborative aspects between the writing side and the artist side, because a lot of the brilliance that made TMNT work the way it worked is that you actually had two guys that were both artists and they also studied the concept and structure of story. When you go to Image, all those guys originally were mostly artists and they were learning how to write at the same time. And I think that's why Image took off visually, but then struggled afterwards because
it struggled narratively in terms of narrative quality.
Exactly. It just didn't really zip. I mean, I remember my cousin, who was, I think, 7 at the time, his dad bought him the first Spawn comic that came with a Spawn action figure.
Gosh.
And
7 and reading Spawn.
And we read it and we're like, oh, this is visually cool, but even 7 and I was 11, I think at the time, maybe it was a little older. I'm not 100% sure because mid-90s are a blur to me. I did a lot of chocolate milk in the mid '90s, man. Like, it was crazy. But
That might be my favorite line of the night.
but I remember reading it. I'm like, this is not as fun as like, it was a really cool visual comic, and if I recall correctly, there's nudity in it, which also for a prepubescent kid was pretty cool. But I was like, this just doesn't kind of have the same type of intrigue with story that I'm used to with my Batman, my Superman, my Spider-Man, and those other characters at the time. Because again, I was rereading a lot of back issues mostly, and the more common, more contemporary comic books I got at the time was like Chuck Dixon's Nightfall, and the only reason my dad got me those is because they're the only ones being sold in the hospital while I was getting my tonsils out. And he's like, I know he likes Batman, but here we go. And that was my first introduction to Chuck Dixon, and I thought that story is really, really cool. And then that kind of just got me into more modern stuff, but I'd be very specific with the type of writers and art that I was looking for. Todd McFarlane stuff I did pick up here and there. But the other part too is I would always get so lost in the actual story within it that I would, and this is something that I've been trying to correct recently, more so specifically, is that I keep forgetting the artists and the writers because I get so lost in the story. And I just, and I still have that old style attitude with comics that even my father had, which is you grab the comic, you read it, and then you just toss it in the drawer again. You go back to it like a week or two later. You don't have that cherish aspect to comics that has kind of developed now, especially with like trades and more quality work that's being put out, where like, oh, this is not just something I want to read, this is something I want to also collect. Like, I'm still getting into that part because I have this bad habit of the old kid way, where it's like, okay, I read this comic, oh, I read this pulp novel, okay, I'm gonna throw it on the shelf, throw it in the drawer, come back to it later if it's dusty, what have you.
Well, that was kind of one of the I think side effects of the serialized era of the way that storytelling was done. And it was like kind of you could kind of just one and done everything, right? You could be like, oh, that was fun, I enjoyed that. That was a great little romp. And you toss it aside. Maybe you come back to it in a week or two, or you read the next one, but the next one isn't necessarily affected by the one that came before it. At least not directly and not very explicitly, like continuous storytelling has been done. In eras
like one of my favorite writers who I don't think gets enough love, and I'm still haven't read his Moon Knight stuff, and I keep on getting recommended to it by Davin, but Doug Mensch did Prey and Terror for Batman Legends of the Dark Knight, and those two are some of my favorite stories from that part of the,
I know those stories,
the 90s and early 2000s. Dr. Hugo Strange was the main antagonist, and I think they had also had Scarecrow. They did really interesting stuff with Catwoman. And I dug them a lot. I'm like, these would be really great Batman stories to adapt for like a mini series, like very, very simple, like four parters. He was one of the few writers of that era that I actually like remembered their name, because I'm like, wow, this is really cool take on the character, more detective centric, and more him figuring out Batman. I mean, I like the idea that he glides into Gotham and then realizes, oh man, the glider's broken, I gotta find my way back, I gotta walk. I should really start finishing up that car. It's like it was a bit believable because he had his plan and then things went awry and he had to fix it and work out in a different way, and it didn't feel like a betrayal of the character. It felt like, oh, this is as prepared as he's been, he still is missing some stuff, but he's already got a plan to fix it in case this happens again. It's like, that's pretty cool. Don't get many stories that put Batman in that position. And I recommend those stories as well. And and then of course Len Wein, I liked his stuff, even when he went silly in the 70s. I liked it.
I do too. It was nice to see his cameos in the X-Men movies. I always love when you see the even though I hate X3, they had a nice Chris Claremont cameo in the beginning of that movie. I'm always happy to see the creators just in the films. It's like, hey, you made this shit, be in it, take a check. Thank you.
It exists with with their participation, absolutely. Like that's the stuff, and that's why I'm loving it. Like especially when I see online and I'm seeing on social media, either artists that have been blacklisted from the mainstream, or up and coming artists teaming up with like writers that have been blacklisted, or new writers and so forth. Like the collaboration and seeing the stuff that they're putting out, their samples, I get excited for that, because it's like I like this type of teamwork. You don't usually get that. A lot of the times prior to when you launched your comic and when EVS launched his and stuff, it would just be like a sole person only, like writer and only artist. And it would be a little bit of a mixed bag more often than not. And then you have Stealing Solo, you got Cyberfrog, and yeah, this book, it's encompassed by basically mostly the same person doing the writing and art, but it's a little bit more sophisticated than what we were used to. And you had yourself, Jeff, with your training from school and what you love. You got EVS, who had 20 plus years as a professional on the other side of things. He's experimented with writing in the 90s earlier, and now he's getting more deep into it, and the stuff is getting more nuanced, and the stories are evolving, and you're seeing some growth, and you're like, wow, this is really fantastic. And now we're seeing more collaborative stuff throughout this part of the sphere of independent comics, and it's like way different than what it was in the 90s, and I'm digging it. I can't wait to see where it goes.
And that's really important because, like you said, the 90s, as much as so much came out of the 90s and early 2000s in comics that I love and I associate with comics so heavily. Like my favorite artists, some of my favorite characters, some of my favorite storylines. However, like we were saying, especially with like Image, there was a lot of pretty art, but then like no story. And the pretty art came from like, okay, so these guys definitely, they were artists first and foremost, so they know how to lay out a page, they know how to draft a panel, they know how to make this look really cool. What's the story they're telling? Like, what's the actual narrative? Like, how's the dialogue? Does it seem stiff? Does it seem off? Whatever. And a lot of the cases, yeah, it did. And
but
some
it had
of
a lot
those,
of pouches.
yes, and a lot of pouches. If we're talking about if we're talking about Liefeld for sure.
Well, I retweeted recently Stan Lee's little televised tearing down of Liefeld and McFarlane when they're coming up with like Kill Shot, I think he was.
Oh yeah, I love those
I'm
videos.
I love those videos because Stan Lee is like, listen, he's trying to create verisimilitude here. And Todd and Rob are just having a blast coming up with like big shoulder pads and pouches and armor and stuff. He's like, how is he going to change into his costume? Does he have an alternate identity? Well, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, I think McFarlane was able to evolve past that in his storytelling with Spawn, but also he just as a businessman evolved past that even further with becoming the toy mogul that he is. He's like the toy guy, right?
Oh, dude.
And so it was brilliant in that regard. But I think it's really important in this independent space specifically right now, because we look at the independent space now as like the alternative space to what the mainstream's been doing. And so it's incredibly important that every single creator try and improve upon, like, okay, maybe that last project they put out was really good. Okay, now how can I top that? How can I make that better? Like actually better in terms of quality, not just like how can I maybe like pitch it better? How can I maybe make the audience just more excited about it more? But how can I deliver on that? And so like you brought up Ethan, right? Cyberfrog Blood Honey was a fun read. It was probably Ethan's most beautiful work to date, from what I had read of all of his stuff, and I've been reading his stuff for a long time. But you could tell that Ethan is not a writer first and foremost from that book, right? You could be like, all right, well, this was like I understood the story. There wasn't anything crazy going on here yet, and that's fine because this was his first writing outing in decades. Like he hadn't done just actual writing since he was doing Cyberfrog the first time around over at Harris Comics, I think. Like other than that, he had guys like Jeff Johns to work with, right? So like he could bang out some gorgeous work, on a page and in a panel, and Jeff Johns was handling the story parts. he was good. So now it's like, okay, are you improving as a writer? And from what I'm hearing, he's improved. And I need to, like I said, I need to read Stealing Solo, and I need to check out Wokebusters once that's ready. Because I have heard great things about Stealing Solo from people that have read it in terms of just being fun. And that would be an interesting read for me, because I'll be honest, I'm picky with comedy. I'm not normally a huge comedy guy. I generally gravitate strictly towards action, not action without plot, but like action heavy stuff. That's just where I live and breathe. That's what I grew up with. That was something that helped elevate me and lift me up during difficult times as a little kid. It it formed me. It was very formative for me. So comedy I'm very picky with, but I've yet to hear somebody shit on Stealing Solo. And considering it has to do with being a parody off of characters that I enjoy, I'm looking forward to checking it out.
Well, thank you. You talk about evolution. My evolution with my writing of comedy is I've gone from straight up verbal dialogue comedy to that with more expressive, emotional, like. There's a reason I made Wokebusters look kind of like a cartoon, because I thought we can stretch it. It's like a piece of taffy. I can take it really, really far before it will rip. And so it's like over the top exaggerations of expressions and weird body language. Like, there's only like 1 or 2 pages where people like literally just stand around. Other than that, I have them doing not weird shit, but like very expressive stuff. Instead of like, there's a scene I worked on the other day where they're convincing Nick that it's time to take their technology and create a business since they just lost their jobs. It's like, all right, well, instead of just having him stand there, I got him like all up in his face with this weird, like, come on, man, you want to do it type of thing. Or like, my favorite part is at the loan office when we listen to Kendo through the door. He's hungover from the night before, trying to convince this loan officer to give him a loan, and the whole joke is that he's the white guy trying to get it, even though the 3 guys that are us have better credit and we're doctors essentially. And like, you can just see like me deflated with the shoulders dip or the fucking face slap or all that stuff. That's the fun evolution for me, because I write all these damn YouTube videos. That's the thing I always tell people. A lot of people think like some of it's off the cuff, but it's intentionally written and performed like that to make you think it's off the cuff in times. I'll never tell you what's written or what's off the cuff, because that's the beauty of the channel. You'll never know. So that's how I've evolved, and I'm excited. Like I said, I love doing the show. Don't take this as that I don't want to do this show. I was right on the final panel of this page, and then I was ready to be done with a lot of like a big chunk, and I was so into it. But I'm like, no, I gotta be here. But listen, folks, if a creator tells you they can't wait to get back to the stuff they're working on, it means they're into the project. I'm sure Ethan loves Cyberfrog. I think it's a great achievement. I'm very happy for him. Especially Ripple with his Rippaverse stuff. I'm sure he's excited to constantly be writing stories and doing more stuff in the universe. Me with this. Once I'm done with Wokebusters, sky's the limit. Only problem for me is I keep coming up with new ideas, and I don't think I don't want to.
You got to clone yourself, Jeff. You need your own clone saga.
It'll actually be a good one.
That's a good problem to have, man.
I mean, the bar's really low.
Hey, perfect for me. The only thing I want to say, though, is like the one place I won't compromise is I don't really just want to become a writer and not draw the books. Because to me, the fun's in that. Because it's like there are so many people that can only write or can only draw, and there's no dig at anybody. You're good at what you're good at. I'm lucky to have the opportunity to do both, and I take so much pleasure in it. Because my process isn't necessarily as detailed as other people. Because remember, the story just lives in my head. I may go through and read the pages 1,000,000 times without actually reading the script. I know exactly what the characters are saying and are doing, and I don't have to relay that to other people.
Yeah.
I think that's why I'm able to, my stuff flows a certain way. Once if I ever have to evolve to where I'm writing in somebody's drawing, that's going to be a very odd process for me. It'll be one of those like, hey, here's an outline. This is what I need to happen, and this is the dialogue. Make it fit that. Like, I don't know. I don't want to put
the
people...
Marvel method, yeah.
Yeah, I'll give it the Marvel method, just basically for creative freedom. But until I can't do it, basically I'm working with some people, like legitimate people, to help me with time management and building this channel and doing other stuff like that. And I'm going to focus more on this as well. The channel's never going away. It's not even it's going to be geared up. But I am going to have a way to produce content in terms of comic book content at a more efficient rate. Because I won't say faster, because there's the connotation of rushing through it. But I want to do stuff. Realistically, I'd like to do shorter stories where I could put out 2-3 books a year. 40, 50 pages at a time. That's doable. Just, I got to do it in advance and get it up there. So always be looking out for what I'm doing next, folks. I'm never going to stay in place for very long. So, Matt G sent in a membership a minute ago. I wanted to thank him and Shrolls Away. Thank you, Script Doctor. He says, member for 5 months, elite membership, Wonder Cape Shit stream. I'll take a comic book button, please. Yeah, do I have comic book buttons? Of course I have comic book buttons. Thank you guys for sending me those. I apologize, folks, when I don't see him. It's not in StreamYards, but I'll do something to fix that.
StreamYards needs to freaking get their shit together with that. I don't
They
know why the
jumped
hell they don't have
they,
that.
They didn't
integrated.
look before they left. That's what happened with StreamYards.
Yeah.
I
That
bought in
seems
'cause
like
it
a
was nice
no-brainer
alternative.
integration.
Yeah, they need to pick it up. I'm gonna change up a lot of stuff so we stream on a next level shit here. What is a comic book button though? Oh, here's a comic book button.
Buzz your girlfriend. Woof.
I love that one. It's stupid but funny to me. And then our friend Matt G says, post No Way Home Toby in a fourth film has at least a bit affected by him going to another reality, assuming he remembers it. Okay, so I never even took it as it could be a continuation of No Way Home. I'm a little more open to that idea. I thought it would just be a direct continuation of 3 and not act like part 4 or part 3 exists. So, yeah, I'm on board with that one.
Yeah, I'm here for it. I think that I'm trying to think. I think for a Toby, and this is going to be me assuming we get a Raimi Spider-Man 4 and a Mark Webb Amazing Spider-Man 3. For a Raimi Spider-Man 4, I would like it to take place after No Way Home. Because there was something like heavy that happened there. He kind of almost died. Okay, so now that I think about it, like it looked like he almost died, but then he kind of walked it off like, I've had worse. It was like, all right, okay, you kind of just botched a potentially heavy moment there, but whatever. Weak writing, that's fine. But I would like to see his life post that. However, I think for Andrew and Mark Webb, I would like an Amazing Spider-Man 3 to take place in that period of time that he hints towards when he's talking to Tom Holland's Peter about like, hey man, like I got really low at one point. I stopped pulling my punches. Like when I heard that line, that was the one moment in the theater I was like, oh shit. Because I actually know what Peter not pulling his punches looks like and means. He can kill people.
Exploding heads, just like Homelander.
That's a big deal. If y'all have ever seen the sequence of, I forget which issue it is, but Peter beating the living shit out of Wilson Fisk in prison and then threatening to kill him.
I think it's like 542.
It sounds about right. At the very least, a ballpark.
Post Civil War.
Yeah, post Civil War. That's a heavy scene. Like Peter not fucking around. That's some serious shit. And so, like when he said that, I was like, oh, damn. I want to see that. As much as I also want to see a balance there. Like I still want to see him quip, but you can show Peter at a darker point in his life based off of the events that preceded that. You can frame that. I will understand why maybe there's a bit of a darker tonality to the story that's being told. I'm fine with that. I want to see that. I want to see both of those things, really. That's why I would legitimately hope that Sony would like get their shit together and give us a Spider-Man 4, Raimi and Toby, give us Amazing Spider-Man 3 with Mark Webb and Andrew Garfield. And honestly, then I'd be good on Spider-Man for a really long time if you just gave me those. Like, I wouldn't need anything else for a very long time. And I'm not saying that in the framework of what the Snyderites were saying with like, oh, just give us this one movie, just give us the Snyder cut, and then we'll be fine. No, now we want the whole damn Snyderverse restored that didn't make any damn money.
Now they want to sell it to Netflix. It's never going to be bought.
It's literally impossible for them to. They're not going to do that. Like,
did you hear they referenced the Snyder cut in the Barbie movie?
They did.
I heard that
it was a good funny joke.
I heard that it was a joke. Yeah, that it was actually quite funny.
Yeah, when she was brainwashed, it's like she was in a dream where all she cared about was Zack Snyder's Justice League. I'm like, that's funny.
Really funny, actually.
I mean, that's why I think Warner Brothers, the theme of Barbie, at least one of the themes of Barbie with regards to Warner Brothers, is that they want to protect the sanctity of the IP.
Yep. And that's actually really
and I will give them the benefit of the doubt until they ruin it for me. And
yeah. Yeah. So I think there's cool stuff they could do with both of those and very different different stories in tone that they could tell with both of those films. And I do legitimately hope that we get that. I do. As much as we crap on like what current Hollywood does, guys, like we're fans here first and foremost. We want to see these things that we grew up loving be good. We just don't want them to insult us. Like provide us a good product. Don't insult us. Don't hate us. Like appreciate us for giving you our money for decades. Like this shouldn't be a rocket science.
Yeah. I know that was a terrible follow-up to that, but I agree with you. Now, folks, I'd like to thank everyone who's been sticking with us tonight. We went an hour longer, but I thought we were having a great conversation. So when you have content like this, conversation like this, you don't just cut people off. So I'd like to thank everyone who stayed with us for the extra hour, and now it's time for you guys. So first off, our friend Enrique Vasquez says, "Hail, High Council! So strike may be averted for Teamsters. Script Doctor, can you explain to Jeff the confusing POV of Barbie? Also, Beverly Hills Cop button, please."
Well, I think I kind of addressed that earlier.
Yeah, this one came in very early in the show, so
Yeah, give it
I
a
think
quick
I think
recap.
Enrique, you got your $5 worth there.
Yeah.
I hope so. And if you didn't, you're still around. Just at me in the chat. I'll see what I can answer for you.
this is what Enrique really wants. He wants a Beverly Hills Cop button. Let's give him this one.
Me off, all right, man. Jerk somebody else off. This is bullshit. I need $5,000, not $2,000 thing, man. Don't do this to me.
Look, don't be unreasonable. You're not dealing with Johnny Bananas. Come on. Yeah.
Nah, I know I ain't dealing with Johnny Bananas, but can I have my money? Look, can I say it slow for you? Look, I need $5,000. Read my lips. $5,000 is what I need.
Somehow that's made all the better with Toby's face right there being the follow. Like his face right there is just like, yeah, okay, buddy.
Uncle Ben.
Shit.
Our friend Jack White, thank you, Jack. He says, "Don't give Nolan too much grief. I mean, he's British. There's a reason that The Simpsons had the big book of British smiles."
Fair point.
I love the old episodes of The Simpsons.
Oh yeah, those first 10 years were pristine.
I still go back and watch them. One of my favorite is Sideshow Bob, the Cape Fear one.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
especially
a
when he steps
one.
on the
rakes.
The rakes. Every time. Matt G, thank you very much. He says, "Barbie might make money. Woke isn't supposed to make a profit. Feels like Marty in Back to the Future 2 when Biff tells him what happened when someone asks about the almanac. The easy way."
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, right? Because this is what perplexed me. Woke isn't intentionally funny in the way that they think it is, and yet Barbie has intentionally funny jokes that do land, just not to our preference, of course. And so you have to ask yourself, well, the second weekend will determine if this is really, if the audience viewed this as a really woke film or if they viewed it as a proper Barbie film. And so we have to kind of wait and see. And here's the other part too. I haven't seen or read any publications from the director, because we're not going to get anything from the actors. They're on strike, so they don't do promotions for the films right now. I haven't heard anything from the director or but the writers can do promotions. I haven't heard anything from them that would suggest that they are accusing their fans of not liking their work yet, or accusing the critics at this point yet. And there are a lot of critics of Barbie circulating around. So that's something to consider right now for a moment. But let's wait and see how the actual reaction is going to be after this second weekend.
I will say this. Honestly, I think people have already forgotten this. A lot, not all, because obviously it's got a high score on Rotten Tomatoes on both the critic and viewer side. Take that for what you will. Obviously, heavy heaping of salt when it comes to Rotten Tomatoes. That being said, there have been access media outlets that were complaining that it botched the politics of the film. Like, that was literally their words. Like, it didn't lean heavily enough into the politics. It wasn't feminist enough. Like, bro, that tells me, like, all right, maybe there's a little bit more to this.
Yeah.
Or at least it suggests the possibility. I'm not saying that it's a based movie. I'm not saying that they were intentionally trying to make it anti-feminist. No, there's obvious feminist undertones and overt ones to the film. But there does seem to be some unlike what we would consider most woke films and products and entertainment, there seems to be legitimate thought and care put into it. Whether, some of it lands and some of it doesn't is neither here nor there, but there does seem to be some legitimate care put into the writing and put into a lot of the undertones with regards to how it presents the property and from the angle from which the property is supposed to be viewed through. Now, whether or not that actually comes across properly is a different matter entirely. Like, okay, so that the entire hour-long conversation that we had earlier at the top of the show about the movie, like, maybe that was way more thought than what the writers put into it. And so maybe we're giving them more credit than they honestly deserve. I'm completely open to that being the possibility, even the likelihood. That being said, there was enough material there for that conversation to even happen. In a lot of cases,
rarity, right?
In a lot of cases, that conversation doesn't even happen because there isn't that room. There isn't even enough room to try and BS that conversation.
Exactly. And the other part too is even there's some conservative pundits on social media that have actually said they really enjoyed the Barbie film, female ones especially. And that says that, okay, if this is a movie that has a spectrum of interpretation that doesn't line up with the other ones, there might be actually something valid there, because it's not like we've got the Raylos with Star Wars. Like, we don't really seem to have that yet with Barbie.
Shoot, the comment section, Brett, what's her last name? Brett something, that works for the Daily Wire, and she's super conservative. She enjoyed the film. She had a blast with it, right? And she had a pretty solid review on it, and she makes a disclaimer like, hey, I am well aware that my boss Ben had his review and his take on the film, and he's entirely entitled to that. My thoughts, at least in this capacity, were different, and so there's room for interpretation there at the very least, I would say.
Yeah.
Jack White says, did any of you see the Viva Barnes live stream where they did last Sunday? If not, you should check it out because they talk about the Barbie movie. I have not seen that stream, Jack.
I don't think so.
I
like
actually
Viva
watch so little YouTube.
I like
Same.
Viva a lot. I catch him when I can. I respect a lot of Barnes's opinions. His taste on entertainment, though, is questionable. So I'll just put it that way.
Thank you, Jack. Jack also says, Viva talks about how he picked up his daughter from camp and she told him that they took her to see the Barbie movie and she hated it.
He's got really young kids. This movie, that's one of the faults of the Barbie film, is that this really should have been revised to be more accessible to the kids that would play with Barbie as well, in addition to who they're also their target audience, which was basically young teenage girls and moms.
That's the one takeaway I have in the video. It's like, I don't think this is really a kids movie. That's not really an indictment or whatever, but I just don't see like kids enjoying this. That's just my guess.
Well,
and they shouldn't be, because the movie is not made for kids.
It's really not made for kids.
It is not for kids at all.
The youngest I could see you could getting away with it, maybe a 12-year-old. Because again, the 12-year-old is probably going to have a cell phone and TikTok and see a whole bunch of worse things there than in Barbie film. But
sad, but yeah,
it is very sad. But the other part too is the trailers did not advertise the rating for this, and a number of the trades before the second trailers came out thought this movie was PG and actually put it in their articles covering it. So there's a miscommunication on the rating systems that I think basically caused a lot of the blowback, and justifiably so, because parents took their kids, under the age of 13 to see this, thinking it was going to be a Barbie movie akin to the at-home videos that were put out 20 odd years ago. And it was definitely a bit more heady than that.
Every trailer in front of the Barbie movie that I saw was it was like Trolls and this other movie about mallard ducks. It was just, it was all kids movies. And I thought, wow, the trailers don't line up for what I just watched, but whatever. There was also a Gran Turismo trailer.
They're also doing Twisted Metal of all
I
things.
saw a trailer for it looked like a touching story. It's based off a real story where Alan Richardson, the guy who plays Jack Reacher recently, and he got to start playing Aquaman on Smallville. He's playing the father of a sick daughter who the whole town decides to shovel the road the snow off the road of a town so he can get to a plane to get surgery for his daughter. And it looks like a really heartwarming film. I actually want to check that out. I can't remember the title, but I think it has Hilary Swank in it as well, if I'm not mistaken. Looks good.
Oh.
Outside of the next Karate Kid, I don't dislike her.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
Michael Ironside? What, in a Karate Kid movie?
God, Michael Ironside's a great actor, too. That just makes me sad.
Walton Goggins.
Enrique Vesca says, never mind, you beat me to it. Haha, by the way, I agree with you. All right, so Enrique did get his message. That was at 9:41.
Excellent.
So thanks, Enrique. You're my buddy, so you have direct line to the channel. Adama, thank you very much for a very generous super chat. He says, "Hail, High Council. It ticks me off that a Barbie movie has to be protected because it's a girl's property, but properties that include both, like Star Wars, don't get the same protections."
I agree with that, and I think
100% agree.
I hope Warner Brothers sticks to that
studios.
rhetoric, or sticks to that philosophy with their next attempt at DC films.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, same. I 100% agree with that. I mean, I hammered in on that a number of times, I think, during the stream, where like the Barbie movie did it right in terms of protecting their property for the people that the property is made for. I would like to see that same level of care and protection for the things that I grew up with. Like, where's that for my DC? Where's that for my Marvel?
Balls in your court, James Gunn. Don't drop it.
Yeah, don't mess it up. Like let's see what you got.
Can Beverly Hills Cop 4 be treated with that much respect? Because I'll be a very happy person.
Probably
I would love that. God, I would love that. I'd love to have something that makes me forget about Beverly Hills Cop 3.
I don't. Given Eddie Murphy at the time that those movies were good, I don't think we get that kind of humor again. Not for a little while anyway. The pendulum's got to swing a little further back.
I think it has, though, because if you go back and you look at his SNL performance from a couple years back before the pandemic, and then he did My Name is Dolomite,
he was brilliant in that.
Yeah, he's got it.
To be fair, I like the most that I've seen in terms of like still unapologetic comedy is Chappelle and his recent stuff. So it's like, all right, it seems like very few people are willing to still step out on that limb these days.
I'm still a Dave Chappelle fan, but I don't find him as funny as I used to.
The last one that he did, I forget what it was called for Netflix, actually it might not have even been for Netflix. It might have just been his own shit. It wasn't as funny as his prior ones. I will say that. I was like that. Like, I definitely got some laughs, but it wasn't quite the same.
He's getting into the later Carlin years, where Carlin had really great jokes, but they were far apart because he had bigger setups that had more philosophical approaches to it. And I think Chappelle's in that position as well. He's making it work for him. I mean, heck, he's making
obviously
money.
Still seeing success.
Yeah, I'm happy
Good
for
him.
Because here's the other part too. Comedians are the gladiators of society, as they are. If you hear that clown music, that do 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 do, that is called Enter the Gladiators, and that's what they are. They're supposed to comment on society and give us joy, as well, and that's because it's a very vulnerable thing for them to do, to go up on stage alone and tell us something that we might not want to hear, but also frame it in a way that makes us laugh.
I never thought of it like that as they're gladiators, and even knew the name of the song was titled that. So I learned something.
Yeah, I learned that in high school, and I was like shocked. Like, really? It's like, yep. And then we had to study the history and the philosophy behind it. And I'm like, oh, that's crazy. But human history is messed up, and it's funny, and even in the dark times, it's absurd. And we're definitely living into an absurd time right now.
Speaking of absurd, we have some absurd buttons to press from Shrubbles08. He suggests Blue Waffle Barbie. By the way, the winner of was OnlyFans Barbie. That one got me. I just didn't want to derail the conversation, but OnlyFans Barbie was fucking brilliant. If they actually branded an official doll with OnlyFans, I might even buy that one as a joke. It'd be hilarious.
Yeah, never take it out of the box because you don't know where it's been.
Yeah. The box you don't want to get inside.
I actually, since Twitter turned to X, I've had to block a bunch of weird advertisements for OnlyFans streaming, and I don't know why it was popping up on my timeline. I have no interest in any of that stuff. I've got a girlfriend; she does everything I need her to do. So.
Well, maybe because it's called X now, and there's usually X video and X this and X that. So,
all right, yeah.
Good job, Elon Musk. Here's the buttons you requested to our friend Shrubbles Away.
Imagine if you gave a white supremacist 5-MeO DMT, and then as the first one, as they're exhaling,
Yeah. Yeah.
Good old Joe Rogan. Jogan. And then this is something that would fit with the Barbie movie.
Message! Message! Message!
I think if it was that over the top, maybe I would have enjoyed the message a little more. But hey, it's not for me, apparently. Adama says, the conversation around this movie makes me laugh, even though it's a great one. Talk about overanalyzed. Sheesh! Well, we are the High Council.
I've never in a million years would have expected that to happen for me. for
You and me both. The fact that I said this earlier, the fact that I feel like we've had deeper conversation tonight about the frickin' Barbie movie than I have seen in the last few years about more of this mainstream like superhero and Star Wars stuff collectively kind of depresses me.
But it just goes to show you we can talk about anything in an intelligent way. So
it does. I'm gonna take the pat on the back with that one, and say that just elevates all of us as intellectuals.
I think people were sad that we didn't go herder woke, herder woke, herder woke.
Maybe
I'll have a new show, herder woke, coming soon to a theater near you. No, I won't, because I don't want to say too much self-respect. I just don't give a shit. Adam Wofford, thank you. He says, it's notable that Gundam from Neo, Sweden, that looks like Sailor Moon. Highlander Barbie, there's that one, because there can be only one. 44. You want a number 44 button. You got it. I would buy Highlander anything. I need to get those Highlander action figures. I love me some Highlander. But just the first movie, not all of them. And here is your number 44.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah, I tried the Highlander pickup line. It doesn't work. It's where you basically just go up to a girl and be like, I'm 400 years old. And yeah.
I constantly forget that movie exists because it's hard to imagine that.
Highlander or The Room?
Exists. The Room.
Man,
watching
life. The Room in a theater to watch the audience react to it, especially when you find the ones in there that have never seen The Room before, it is something to behold.
Script, if we're ever together in a greater capacity, you definitely want to watch The Room with me and the guys from the podcast, because we all thoroughly enjoy that movie for the right and the wrong reasons. But like none of us shit on it. We just sit there and laugh at how dumb it is. And the thing is, like, we got into it in college. I found the Nostalgia Critics video, and I was like, guys, we have to watch this movie about this, or we have to watch this movie. And everyone's like, okay. So our buddy downloaded it, and they're like, it can't be as bad as you're talking about. And then we watched it, and they were gobsmacked with how ridiculous it is. So The Room is the movie that really solidified friendships. Hell, even my friend Hillary, we've been friends for 15 years. She'll go, oh, you're my favorite customer every time she sees me. So, like, it really is a great film for that reason.
Mom and daughter talking as she's taking out crunchy bags of chips from the grocery bag and having to stop in midline to take out the bag and put it down.
I definitely have breast cancer. Like, thanks, Claudette. Thank you. People, if you want to quiz me on The Room, do it. I'll impress you, if that's something to be impressed by. Jack White says,
I'll keep my thoughts to myself.
Jack White says, Wolf, they make 100-inch TVs now. You're thinking too small.
100-inch. All right, listen. Like we're we're doing pretty well over here at the Rippaverse. Let's get a couple more multi-million-dollar campaigns under our belt, and then we'll talk about 100-inch screens. All right.
I just want to get one of those 85-inch 4K televisions. I want to live like Fahrenheit 451, like Guy Montag's wife. I just want to have a video wall, but I'm not gonna like get drugged out and watch TV. I'm just gonna, I don't know, eventually get to play some video games. I still haven't unpacked my Xbox from moving from California, so maybe one day.
Dude, I do that with my projector. I painted one wall with projector screen paint, and I have the projector on it, and I got my Nintendo, my Xbox 360, my Wii, all plugged into it. And even though I don't play the video games on it very much, if I turn it on, even with my Blu-ray player, and I put on like Batman the Animated Series, it is pristine. And it's also like an 8-foot wide. It's an 8-foot wide wall too. Yeah, it's well, no, actually, it's a little bit higher. It's 8. Yeah, that's 8 by 11. So yeah, it's 8 by 11 widescreen projector, 1080p. I'm gonna get a 4K one day, but for now, it looks really good.
My goal is to sell enough books where I can buy a house with a movie theater in it, you know, among other things, and then basically host the most bitchin' movie parties ever. Like, I want to put Quentin Tarantino's movie nights to shame. Yeah, there won't be any foot shit in it, but, you know, we'll still have a good time. TLJ Screwjob says, by the way, thank you for your generous super chat, TLJ Screwjob. He says, only movie I ever saw twice and enjoyed was Everything Everywhere All at Once and Top Gun Maverick back to back. Saw Frozen 3 times, second time because family, and 10 minutes into the third, I wanted to Epstein myself.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
At least you're honest. I always respect that. I'm trying to think of movies that I wanted to walk out of. Like, I'm not going to say Barbie because I made a comment earlier about that, but there have been a handful of films where I'm just like, Jesus, this is terrible. John Carter was one of them.
I walked out of RV with Robin Williams because it was so bad.
Yeah, I wouldn't have walked into it in the first place, but that's just me.
We had to review it for college, but I said, screw it, I'll get an F.
Damn, that...
And I loved Robin Williams. He just could not save that film.
Yeah, he was wonderful. I have nothing but great things to say about his work, but not everything he was in was a winner. I'm in the minority. I hate Bicentennial Man. But a lot of people.
For me, I didn't get an F on that because I wrote this movie is terrible. It's Robin Williams couldn't save it, and then the teacher's like, "Yeah, I saw it. I agree."
A++++. Thanks, Mrs. Shields.
I love A Christmas Story.
I do too. I can't wait for the right time of year to watch it. Oh wait, it's July. I can watch Christmas in July.
You can only watch Rudolph and Frosty's Christmas in July.
You know, I've never seen those. I think Andrew just left the show.
No, but I did just throw my phone down on my desk.
Just Nova 1138. That's a cool name. He says only 3 reasons why they build theaters: episodes 4, 5, and 6. I mean, they're still the holy trilogy to me, man. Believe me, I will never not love the original Star Wars movies. Rin Weasley says, will WCBS make an appearance at San Diego Comic-Con next year? I'm really bummed I missed it this year. Yeah, you know what, folks? I'm going to talk about 2 things real quick, because I keep forgetting to mention this. The one thing I want WCBS to do, and we're going to do a little fundraiser for this one, because this is a big channel thing as we keep growing. I want to take WCBS to Star Wars Celebration in Japan and do a whole documentary in Japan. And I've talked about it with the guys. We all have passports. We all want to do it. And so we need to make it known, because it's 2 years away, just under 2 years away, and it's going to require a lot. And so we're going to do stuff to grow the channel to get there. But that'll probably be a lot, like I said. And I really want to see WCBS there. Plus, you guys definitely want to see videos of me in Japan, because I will scare so many people in Japan. And I think that would be...
You can have them screaming Godzilla.
Oh, dude.
Gojira!
I'm down. I'll just wear a fucking... You know those big, like, foam hats that look like Godzilla's head? I'll just wear one of those.
Jeez.
In a green suit. Like a tailored green, like, bespoke suit. That would be funny.
Yeah. It'll be like Wes Anderson's take on a Godzilla film. That's what it'll be. The Life Godzilla starring Jeff Hicks. But yes, Rin Weasley, I am going to go to Comic-Con next year. I got to work on everything. Remember, folks, I just moved away from California. I didn't want to go right back to California. But next year, look it. Wokebusters will be done. Stealing Solo 2 could be on the way, because you guys are buying the first one. So it's all possible. It's all very possible. So all you guys got to do is just constantly watch what we do and tell me what you want. That's the thing I want everyone to do. Besides hitting thumbs up and sharing the content, tell me what you guys want to see more of. We're here to entertain. Like they say in Joe Dirt, except you're not the consumers, you're our fans, our listeners, our friends. It's not about what we want, it's about what you want. So you can join our official testers group over on Patreon and get direct access to us and say, we want more of this. To those who joined us and sent a message telling us what you wanted, the guys and I are working on that. On Thursday, Kendo and I are going to sit down and do our next Bond commentary. You know, we just didn't have access to the film, and we realized they were on HBO Max. So be on the lookout for the commentary review of The Living Daylights. It's in my top 5 favorites.
Great.
Modalicious says, will Barbie impact Gosling's chances at an MLK movie? I mean...
Yes. No?
I think that's the main reason why he will never get to play Martin Luther King. So thanks, Barbie. You just ruined the greatest casting in history.
I like your answer better, actually. I'm going to go with your answer.
Was Barbenheimer worth it? Yes, it was.
Low Kenergy, bro.
Oh, the thing that makes me sad is, besides that being mild, okay, it's very funny, is the fact that... I was
going to say, it is funny. You know it's funny.
It's funny. Look, it's good, and it's got the name Kenner in it, which makes me kind of sad, but, you know. Just Nova 1138 again says Barbie's original title was Barbie Social Studies. I did like social studies. I got many A's in that class. Now, this guy has a great name. I like to give compliments to names that are funny and memorable, and this is one of the most memorable ones we've had in a minute. John Cougar Concentration Camp says...
Jesus!
I know, right? It might be the darkest name we've ever had on the channel, but yeah, I want to commend you, sir. You made us laugh. You broke us. Thank you, sir. John says, at this point, Star Wars needs to change hands, and that company needs to sit on it for 5 to 10 years and do the extended universe. I concur. I don't think they'll ever take a 5 to 10 year gap, because if you're not producing,
you're losing.
Like, look, yeah, you're losing. It worked back in the day when Lucas took that decade off because he was doing other things, Indiana Jones, Pixar, investing, Lucasfilm Ranch, all those wonderful things George Lucas was working on in the past. Really, is a corporate entity going to make it any better? I don't want to say Star Wars is past its prime, because, look, the last couple crowdfunders for Star Wars failed. This new one has blown past its record in just a few days. People like The Ghost, people like Rebels, people like other parts of Star Wars. They don't like the Disney movies. So maybe the future of Star Wars is just going to be shit based on Rebels, because those kids all grew up and like it. So we'll see. But, we'll talk about it here on the channel. But thank you, John Cougar Concentration Camp. You fucking win. Jack White says, the only time travel can be done in Star Wars is if several restricted meaning, either they can't go back farther than a certain point in time, like The Flash, or time travel where time fights back. What about the Doctor Who approach, where they say there are certain fixed times, or certain fixed moments in time where they can't change? I would be okay with that one. But I don't want time travel.
I don't think Dave Filoni would ever impose such rules on his own devices, which is sad.
The Filoni jabroni. I got it.
Filoni
he is a big time jabroni, Bubba.
Know your role
and shut your mouth.
Oh, The Rock, you're still here. Word on the street is he's coming back to SummerSlam, and word on the street is I want to buy a ticket and go to SummerSlam, even if I'm by myself, because I have been at like every
greatest
major
on the mic ever.
Oh, dude, yeah, I've heard some great promos,
and there's some fantastic people that've been on the mic, dude. Like the Attitude Era, Chris Jericho.
Oh God, yeah. You will never ever be the same again. Like, I'm a Jerichoholic. I met him. He was cool. I got him to break character. That's my proudest moment as a wrestling fan.
But here's the thing. Did you get him to break character when he was in his Y2J?
Well,
not his Y2J. When he was what was it, in the early 2000s, like around 2008, 2009, when he was a heel?
That was when I made him break the character. It was in 2010.
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah, at WrestleMania 26. Like I've told the story.
That's impressive, because I've heard tell from a friend of mine that's like, he's a Jericho guy through and through, that like he was adamant about being an explicit asshole to everyone during that time when he was a heel.
I just got him to laugh. Like, that's what I consider breaking character, because he cracked a smile when I gave him this card of Edge, and I said, hey, man, I know you only sign one wrestling thing. I hope you don't mind signing something old of mine. It's when you had long hair. And he looked at the Edge card, and he looked at me, and he just made this, like, small smile, and I'm like, yes! And I got him to sign my Edge card.
You got him. That's amazing.
And the thing is, I came up with it on the fly. It was my buddy's birthday, and Jericho's his favorite. And I'm like, hey, whatever you need to do to meet Chris Jericho, man, let's make it happen. And that was a great memory for both of us. So my friend went on to become a pro wrestler. He wanted to be when we were in college, but then he was like, I'm going to do something else with my life. And now I'm drawing comics, he's a pro wrestler, and we both message each other from time to time and go, hey, man, we're doing the things we always wanted to do. How cool is that? And we're both happy. So, see, folks, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't let anyone tell you no.
Unless what you're doing is crack, probably stop that.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you no on that one. Put the pipe down.
I would advise you not to smoke crack.
No, don't. I don't think anyone dreams of smoking crack, though. Once you hit that crack level, you're just like, oh, wait, I've sunken low.
Probably.
Yeah. Jack White says, the only good Craig Bond movies are Casino Royale and Skyfall. I'd say they're the best. I like Skyfall a lot, but it's very much the Dark Knight after a certain point, so it is what it is. Modalicious says, try that in a small town as universal sentiment. Ask Otto Warmbier. Oof. I think he was he from around here? I thought he was from Cincinnati. Yes, he was from Cincinnati, because I remember I was in college. No, I was out of college when all that stuff went down. But I just remember the news about all that stuff, and yeah, kind of rough. But thank you, Modalicious. TLJ Screwjob says, MJ blows out MCU's Peter's back. Well, good. It's a good problem to have. I read an issue of Spider-Man the other day where Mary Jane was saying something, and Peter's like, you weren't complaining about my spider powers just a minute ago, and they were both naked in bed. So I was like, oh, that's kind of funny.
Dude, there were some issues like in the freaking mainly during the 90s, I guess, now that I think about it, where it was like, dude, like, Peter was getting it.
Yeah, dude, and he would come back from fighting crime to banger and then go back off.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like I remember one where he goes to Montreal and he goes into his hotel and Mary Jane's there in a green robe saying, okay, let's get it on. And he just webs the light closed and then wakes up the next morning and realizes, oh, wait, they're babysitting Harry Osborn's kid. So he was in the next room. They didn't care. I'm like, oh, my God.
Well, he did it on the ceiling.
That was the Peter that I respected. When he was really getting it.
Oh, yeah.
Headcase Laboratory, what's up? He says Spider-Man 4, Carnage or Rhino or Scorpion. Is it wrong that I want him to fight Scorpion for Mortal Kombat instead?
That'd be fine too. I don't really want to see Carnage.
I don't want to see Carnage from Raimi. And that's because of, and even though it wasn't his fault, and that's because of how Venom was in Raimi's Spider-Man 3. In order to do Carnage properly, I want a proper Venom first from you. And it wouldn't track. It wouldn't follow. And honestly, it doesn't really fit within the stories that Raimi was telling and trying to tell at the very least with his Spider-Man films. I don't think that's the right type of villain for Tobey's Spidey. I think something a little more grounded is the better way to go.
I agree. Adama has his opinion. He says, my vote for Spider-Man 4 villain would be Chameleon. The only way I think it would work is if he had a tragic accident like 89 Joker. Smythe builds the belt and sends him after Spidey for revenge. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, you would have to frame it in a way that makes the stakes high enough for an older Peter when he's got a lot of his shit together. Like, this is all based off of the assumption that this is post No Way Home, or at least somewhere around that time when Peter's mostly got his stuff together. He's with MJ, they're married, right? He's at least sorted that much out of his life out. So like, how do you make the stakes feel high enough without like kind of diving back into the same well of like, oh, we're gonna put MJ in danger again. Look, we already know Kirsten Dunst is a useless MJ in the Raimi films. She's an accessory. She's not. I don't know. I don't find her entertaining, and I like Kirsten Dunst as an actress. Actually, I think she's quite talented and can be very charming. But the MJ that's written in Sam Raimi's films just doesn't do it for me at all. Not as a character, nor as me buying her looks as MJ.
I wouldn't mind the terrible Tinkerer, because, you know, he's an alien underneath that mask. So, see Spider-Man fight some old man, and then he rips off his face, and he's an alien? That'd be like, cool. Very much like V. I'll take that. But how do you guys feel? I don't want to make this super long, but the Spider Slayers, those have never been done on screen. I don't think it would work for the Raimi movies, but would you ever watch the Spider Slayers in a film? Or do you think it would just be like a Transformer versus Spider-Man movie?
I think it'd be a good gimmick to have as like a first act that he defeats, and then to get something a bit more interesting. But having them run throughout the whole movie might be a little tiresome.
Yeah, unless you're going to do a whole plot of like J. Jonah Jameson is the villain, so he tries the Spider Slayers, he tries the Scorpion, and that's like the final twist or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think that would necessarily work for. There's too much setup that would have to be done, I think, in the interim for that to work for a Raimi Spider-Man 4. So I don't think that would really work for that. Like I would definitely watch an animated movie of that, or an animated series that involved that.
I want more Spectacular Spider-Man. That's my
Me too.
My go-to.
It's so good.
Yes. And it had a catchy theme song.
Yeah.
So my friend
I like the art style too. It was simplistic, but it wasn't too dumbed down, so to speak.
It grew on me because of the fluidity of the animation, and it looked like no other Spider-Man show. That was cool to me. I was like, shit. I remember coming home for spring break my freshman year of college before I went off to like trips and stuff, and that show debuted, and I'm like, huh, that was a good cartoon. I'll continue to watch this. And I did.
Yep.
Adam Wofford, thank you very much for your generous super chat, as well as yours, Adama, who says, the villain you could do for 4 is Tarantula, Hobgoblin, Dark Spider, Nightwatch, Darkhawk, Demon Spider-Man, Shocker, Tombstone, or is at war with Hammerhead and Prowler? Do you think they'll ever touch Prowler since he's such a big part of Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse?
I don't think they'll touch Prowler because
Sony has them, so they could.
Prowler at this point is tied heavily into, even though it wasn't always the case, it's tied heavily into Miles. And I will continue to, and I've said this on Twitter before, and I might have said this on stream. I would completely rework the character of Miles. I would never have given him spider powers. I would have made him a sympathetic character that looked up to Spider-Man, and also obviously looked up to his uncle. And then he finds out one day that his uncle was actually this villain, this criminal, the Prowler. Even though he was this person that he looked up to for, most of his life. And at one point, his uncle gets killed, and then he's got this choice to make, and he ends up actually taking up the mantle of, and I hate using the word mantle normally. He ends up taking up his uncle's old title. He kind of redeems that title and becomes his own character through that, combining that with, being under kind of the tutelage of Peter. And that also allows Peter to grow, because Peter then goes into a mentor role of sorts, and that allows him to grow as an individual and take on a new role, while also not making Miles a copycat of him. And you can redeem the Prowler role. You can have Miles do, because Miles is also, he's written as an intelligent character. He's an innovative character in terms of like, just as his mind is. So you can have him do things that give the Prowler a different tool set, or a new tool set, give him some more abilities, whatever. That's how I would have written Miles. I would never have given him spider powers. It's freaking stupid. Like, they literally gave him almost panel for panel Peter's origin in Ultimate Spider-Man. It was the most lazy shit I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm not a fan. I like originality with my characters. But yeah, Adam Wofford, I think you have some good ideas. I really want Tombstone, man, and Hammerhead. I think
Tombstone and Hammerhead would be the way to go. Keep it street level.
And we know Sam Raimi can do really cool dark crime stuff with Darkman. Look at Durant.
Yeah.
You could just put Spider-Man over Darkman in that scene and it would work. Our friend Shrebbles08 asks for an Uncle Ben button. Well, that seems very poignant.
Who's that Pokemon? It's
Uncle Ben.
The crying Toby screen at the end always gets me.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you for your generous super chat. He says, Spidey conversation. Script, you talked about how to do a Spidey training daughter, but not putting Peter down ankle. I think during the talk with Jeff on your channel, could you go into for the people who have not seen the video?
Give you the cliff notes, because then
I
you
was
can
going
go
to say,
see the
entice
video.
people to go see the video.
But yeah, I think, listen, one of the things that I have learned, not just from being a child of child to my parents, but also helping raise my god kids, and also what my best friends who are their parents say, is that one of the things that's very important about parenthood is that they want their kids to become better than them. And it's not going to be an easy job, but it's the job of the parent to try and make them, self-sufficient, independent, and not repeat the mistakes that they made. And you can do that, especially in a framework of Peter Parker for his kid, whether you make it a son or a daughter, doesn't matter. Either way, that's the goal. And listen, we're in a charged climate right now with our entertainment, and there's a lot of people that could possibly interpret that as making, the spider spawn, so to speak, appear to be better than Peter Parker. But so long as you can circumvent that by making sure that Peter Parker is constantly encouraging the successes and being there for the failures of his kid. And I think one of the best parts you could do in a climax is, especially if you're dealing with like a Spider Girl, is Spider Girl finally pulls off a thing that she's been trying to do that Peter's taught her. And when she pulls it off, you have to have that dad moment where he's like, that's my girl. And it completely authentic, super encouragement and everything. And it's got to be that heroic moment that the audience would like stand up and cheer and be like, yes, that is his girl. And we love her just as much as he loves her. It's a tricky thing to do, but that you have to approach it. If you're going to do a Spider-Man with him teaching his kid, you've got to approach it with the mentality that, yes, parents should want their kids to do better than them. That seems like a very logical and also empathetic aspect. In fact, heck, even in Star Wars, Darth Vader wants Luke to be better than him. And, he's giving him all these warning signs about, like, you can't challenge the Emperor. You don't know how powerful he is and everything. But that as soon as Luke tries to strike down the Emperor, Vader blocks it because he knows if he kills the Emperor, he's going to become just like Vader. He's trying to get him to not do that. That's the subtext of that entire sequence. It's great.
It is his destiny. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. And folks, definitely check out the video from Script Doctor and myself. We had a fun time doing that video. I studied hard for Spider-Man. Actually, I just read a couple books because I kind of read that shit constantly. It's my thing. Jack White says, Jeff, I just sent you an email with a link to a Viva Barnes live stream I was telling you about. And I have two 85-inch TVs that I watch stuff and play games on.
85-inch Jesus, tap.
So what you're doing is we're coming over to have our next drunk watch party at your place, right? I'll bring the pizza. You have the 85-inch TVs. I'll have Dion bring the beer because he's got a good taste for beer.
Yeah, we'll watch Seabiscuit.
Yes, favorite fucking movie. Jack White, thank you. I'm a little jealous of your two 85-inch TVs. I only got a 65-inch TV. I got TV envy, but at least mine's 4K with a nice picture, so I'm sure yours is too. Jeff, two things. One, if you managed to check out any of the anime links I sent you, and two, if when you go to Japan, you need to check out the giant Gundam models they have on display out there. Dude, I will go to Japan no matter what one day, but I really would like to take the guys for the channel and really make it a next level endeavor. Believe me, people would love that kind of stuff. With that being said, I've been guilty of not watching anything. Like I said, I got on a little X-Men kick on Saturday. I had some time after the Barbie movie I needed to refresh, so I had a couple drinks and I watched X3 and ate Chipotle. That was the exciting Saturday night I had, because I came back from the movie, wrote the video, made the entire thing, and then I was like, it was 8 o'clock at night, and I thought to myself, I need to do something to get this funk off of me. So I knew I could watch a terrible movie and at least have fun laughing at it. So tomorrow, folks, I'm going back to our studio space area talking to the people that we're working with on the team, and I'll be going there early in the morning. So for as late as this show is, Good Morning Pop Culture might have to come back on Thursday because I have to be at this place tomorrow at 10 a.m. and I'm not complaining, but I don't think I could get up earlier to do a stream. So right now I'm just one dude, but there are many coming to the channel, and when that happens, we'll be a well-oiled machine. TLJ Screwjob says, I laugh at every joke in Austin Powers Goldmember, but the due to international copyright laws, it's not Godzilla is great. I do like that scene. For as much as I don't like that movie, I like that scene quite a bit. All right, guys, we're on our last one of the evening. I'd like to thank everybody who sent in super chats this evening. You guys fund the channel. You guys help us do stuff, and we appreciate each and every one of you. And though sometimes the streams may run long, we will always get to each and every listener who's been wonderful. Last one of the night, guys. This is for you two. Fuck, marry, kill. Terminator 2, Predator, and Commando.
That's a really tough one.
Damn. I'll bite the bullet and go first, I guess. Fuck Predator, marry T2, kill Commando. That's hard. I love T2 and Predator so much. I watched those movies with my dad when I shouldn't have been watching those movies.
Oh, yeah.
But I freaking love those films. Those are fantastic films.
So I might have to go a little reverse. I might have to go with F Predator, marry Commando, kill T2, just because I really, really like T1 more. But I really like T2.
Yeah, I gave the exact same answer script. I just couldn't get rid of Commando or Predator. Predator is Schwarzenegger's best movie, in my opinion. It's so brilliant.
And Commando has some of the most brilliant kills.
Yeah, he's like, right, wrong, and he just shoots the dude in the head.
Shoots the dude in the head, drops him down.
Least attachment to, because I didn't. Maybe part of it's maybe it's sentimental because I watched both T2 and Predator with my dad, whereas Commando I think I watched on my own.
No, that's fair.
So
also,
I've got a sentimental attachment.
Commando has Vernon Wells in it, and I got to meet him a couple of times, and he's a delightful guy, so I got a little bias there too.
Lucky.
Yeah.
We had two more roll in. Thank you, folks. Jack White for another generous one. He says, when it comes to Spider-Man family, I say give him both a son and a daughter. And yeah, if you're ever in New York, feel free to swing by. But it is bring your own booze. Well, of course. I'm never going to go to somebody's house and expect that.
I'll bring some Kraken Gold Label.
Ooh, yeah. Kraken, that's a preferred brand of rum around here.
Yes, it is. Release the Kraken.
Yeah. Believe me, there'll be a lot of releasing Krakens around here soon.
I do disagree with that. I don't. Peter has, in any of the iterations that I've enjoyed, never had a son. There was Mayday Parker in the 90s, I liked well enough. In Renew Your Vows era, there was Anna Mae Parker, who I would say is even a better written character than Mayday Parker. And so I'm fine with him just having a daughter. I don't need him to have a son as well. There are plenty of characters that could do either having both or having a son exclusively. I'm fine with Peter just having a daughter. I think there's a really kind of precious thing for Peter with all that he's gone through, all the struggles that he had, for him having kind of a little daddy's girl.
Yeah.
I
However,
think there's something really
amount,
special there.
With the amount that Peter and Mary Jane get down, I think he'd have more than one kid.
Yeah.
Well, there's always the possibility, but you know, I don't need him to have a zillion kids either.
I'm in the weird minority that I'm okay with that storyline where Mary Jane gets cancer from his radioactive seed.
Oh no, Jeff. All right, we're still friends.
Head Case Laboratory. By the way, Jack, I'm thinking about doing New York Comic Con. It's a possibility for me.
Oh shit!
So,
cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like New York. I've had a good time there every time I've gone. I got a lot of friends that live in the area, so I mean, I am no stranger to the East Coast.
I haven't been to New York since I lived there. I was actually born there.
Oh shit, I did not know that. Well, if you ever go and we're in the same, put it like this: if we're ever in the same city, we're definitely getting together. Hell,
There's
even
no
the same
question about
state.
this.
I'll drive like if I'm ever in your neck of the woods. I'm like, oh, you're 4 hours away. I'll come on over, man. I'm on.
I'll meet you halfway. Shit.
We'll go get some barbecue.
Hell yeah, barbecue and beer.
Ooh, that sounds like a good time. Head Case Laboratory has a request. Here you go, folks. This is from our friend Head Case Laboratory.
Yes. I love it.
I do too. Thank you to our friend Head Case Laboratory. And TLJ Screwjob with a great final. He says, I got another one. He says, originally gave the Arnie Fuck, Marry, Kill to the boys on the WCBS podcast every Thursday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, except Dion. Not all four have been on for a few weeks. That'll change this week, guys. Last week, Nick was out with some family. Like we always say here on the channel, family comes first. So if there's ever a time where the bullshitter's not away, it's a family element. And so I always tell the guys, family comes first. Kendo's got a baby, Dion's got kids, Nick's got family, I got family. So that's why the week after 4th of July, there wasn't a ton of WCBS content. My mom was on vacation. I hadn't seen her in a long time. And you can't get that kind of time back. So instead of getting all sentimental with you guys, we'll just give you the truth of the reason why. But TLJ Screwjob, thanks for reminding everybody to watch us on Thursdays. Jack White, thank you for all your generosity. He says, and the movie we would watch would probably be Dune or Die Hard or maybe Lethal Weapon. And that's a pet peeve of mine, that they show the characters only having one kid. I say F that. Well, before I say F anything else, dude, I will watch Die Hard and Lethal Weapon as a back-to-back, and then we'll watch Dune when we're pretty drunk. Maybe I'll finally get into it.
I don't need characters to always have multiple kids. There are characters that works totally fine with. Like my favorite superhero of all time, Wally West. He had twins. He had Jai and Irie West, and then DC recently gave him another kid. I think his kid's name's Wade. So now he's got 3 kids, even though they barely just brought back the first 2 into main DC continuity after them being gone for like 6 years.
Oh, the Tornado Twins? Yeah.
No, the Tornado Twins are Barry's twins.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No, you're good. But I don't think every hero needs to have multiple kids. I don't think every hero needs to have kids. I don't think every hero needs to even have a significant other. That it works for some and it doesn't work for others, and that's totally fine.
Batman should have girlfriends, but not wives.
Agreed.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much. He says, fuck, Marry, Kill, Jingle All the Way, Junior Twins. Thanks, Cosmic Vader in chat. Yes, thank you both.
Whew.
Oh.
I don't like but one of these. Well, I like twins.
I
like
only
twins. Junior's
actually
too
like
sentimental.
Jingle All the Way here.
Yeah. Jingle All the Way has Phil Hartman.
I freaking
and
love
Sinbad.
Jingle All the Way. That is a family tradition for my family every single December.
It's my favorite Jake Lloyd movie.
Poor kid.
It's probably my favorite Arnold movie.
It's turbo time.
It's turbo time, and nobody likes you, Booster.
Yeah, that might be the best line.
Oh, we don't want him.
Boosters Ken.
Yeah.
No!
Oh, shit. Put the cookie down.
No!
In my house, putting my star on my tree. That's such a damn good movie, dude. And him and Sinbad play off each other so well in that movie.
I rented that on tape when it first came out, and I just absolutely loved it. It was, I'm always kind of surprised when people rip it apart as being this trashy film. I'm like, did we watch the same movie?
The Santas,
They can kiss my ass.
has to fight to get the doll.
Right? The freaking bootleg black market Santas.
You know, one of those is the Big Show, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
I'm gonna deck your halls. I freaking love that movie. That movie's amazing.
So I'll go marry Jingle All the Way, fuck twins, kill Junior.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah, I guess this one's gonna be unanimous.
And Jack White also says, finally, that's one of the things I liked about Naruto, is that they gave the title characters more than one kid. I need to check out more of Naruto.
I actually read and watched Naruto as it was airing. So I actually read it as it was being each chapter from Shonen Jump magazine was being individually fan translated into English as it was releasing in Japan. So I actually finished the entirety of the franchise earlier than most people did. Then I watched the anime as it aired. I don't give two shits about Boruto or any other kids. Fuck that
Thanks,
show. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I don't give a shit about your damn kids.
Jack White also says, plus I think it's a form of subliminal messaging and population control. Well, there are subversive messages in all entertainment, so wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
If it was Chinese in origin, maybe, yeah.
So, Script Doctor, where can we find you on the internet?
I guess you can find me on X now.
Is X gonna give it to you?
X
gonna give it to you.
Yeah. You can also find me on YouTube at youtube.com/scriptdoctor. And if you are interested in writing or story analysis in a different vein, in a text-based vein, you can subscribe to my Patreon, where I'm going to have a Barbie review, an Oppenheimer review, and the one I've been so looking forward to talking about. The Venture Brothers released their culmination movie this past weekend, and I'm going to review that because I really love that cartoon show. I think it's brilliant. And then also an article about the value of patience after you finish your first draft, how you can temper your excitement but not lose the passion.
Folks, I highly recommend you subscribe to Script Doctor's Patreon page, because we talk about how we want to make better art ourselves. Well, learn from a pro. He is a doctor, after all.
I just can't write a prescription.
Yeah.
Yeah, Script Doctor is not licensed to give you any medical advice, but script advice. He's a licensed professional in that.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew, where can we find you on the internet, my friend?
Hey, you can find me over on Twitter. Or Twitter. Whatever the fuck it's. You know what? I'm not even going to bother trying. You can find me on social media. Just type in Caffeinated Wolf just about anywhere. That's what you'll likely find me under. You'll see my avatar that I typically use here, the Persona 5 themed one, pushing my glasses up, because that is very characteristic of me. I actually literally just did it without thinking about it just now. You can also find me over on Twitch, where I stream games. I'd like to say throughout the week, but that's a lie. I really only do it on Sunday evenings when I do my community Mario Kart streams. But I do invite you to join me over there. I have a ton of fun with my friends, as well as just random people from the chat. Everybody gets to join in, have a ton of fun. I'm usually sitting back, drinking wine, yelling at the game, because Mario Kart is called Kami Kart for a reason. Is horrible. And worse, the better that you are at it. It is wealth redistribution on wheels. I call it Marxio Kart usually for my stream title. Yeah, it's a fun time. Dude, you should enjoy my misery.
I want to play with you on there one day, because I do enjoy Mario Kart quite a bit. I'm pretty good at it.
I love Mario Kart, and it, for the longest time, was my favorite multiplayer game. And then I streamed it for like 6 months or more straight, 3 times a week, once on my own channel, and then 2 for another unnamed channel, which shall remain unnamed, which I get 0 credit for. And that burnt me out on the shit. And so now I just do it once a week on my own channel. Yeah, it's fun.
Well, the only console I have available to me right now is my Switch, so I got tired of playing Zelda after I beat it, so I play Mario Kart for fun.
That's fair. I would encourage everybody to check out stealingsolo.com.
Yeah, folks, that was what I was going to say next. As we close out tonight's show, here, I'll show you the image of it as we're going away. And no, I don't need to look at this picture of Magneto. Yeah, I have toy pictures. Not toy pictures, but I was reading a review before the show. So, folks, go to stealingsolo.com. The store is powered by Shopify, so you get all of their quality and service and all of that security that goes along with it. Right now, the Stealing Solo website just has this available, the Stealing Solo graphic novel. It's an 80-page book, but as you click on the link, you can see some interior artwork. This is my favorite page. And you can see the type of parody it is. Look at it. It's like an old Mad magazine. He's even missing a toe in his boot. But don't worry, the boys will fix it in post.
There's a snake in my boot.
It's more than a snake, my friend. But yeah, folks, it's a lot of fun. It is a Star Wars themed parody that everybody's gonna like. Like I say, it's the greatest Star Wars parody since Spaceballs. So read a copy of Stealing Solo. There are limited quantities available, and I'm so excited by all the amount that people bought it already. I already shipped those books out. You do not have to wait. When you buy a product from me, I'll go ship it out as soon as possible. Shit, if we sold a bunch tonight, I would ship a bunch out tomorrow evening. Well, no, I can't, because I have to go to the script or the shooting space, and I have to come back and go to Oppenheimer. So, hell, buy a bunch tonight. I'll get it shipped out on Thursday morning before the podcast, and we can celebrate that. And like I said, folks, as soon as you're gone, we will give you the sequel to, Stealing Solo, the Mark Hamill parody, which will crowdfund, will make that a big hit. And then I want to get to the third and final chapter called Frankenfisher, the Bride of Solo. That's the one that I'm really into.
Man, guys, buy up those damn books. Like, this needs to happen.
It's only a couple hundred copies, guys. It's not like I have thousands of these in back stock. I bought these books officially or directly from the place that prints all the DC graphic novels. So it's high quality shit, high quality work from me, and you're going to have a good time with it. Collect it, get it autographed by me in the future, bring it to cons, bring it to shows. Our friend Darian217, when he came to the WrestleMania meetup, he goes, "Can I get all the guys to sign it?" Enrique has a signed copy. Superfan Adam Shawhan might be the only person with a fully signed WCBS roster edition of Stealing Solo. Maybe I'll get a couple
I
of
need
those
to get a
autographed.
copy signed by every single one of the guys. That needs to happen.
All you got to do is just remind me. I'm going to go to Horror Hound with all the guys. I'll just send you a copy of that, man. Do you want the regular edition like this or the Fandom Menace edition?
I want the regular edition.
That's what I thought. It's the better of the two copies.
I would agree.
Maybe down the road I'll liquidate the old Fandom Menace edition.
For a number of reasons.
Yeah. Your reasons are valid, but you know what? At that moment in time, it was a big achievement. It was a bigger success than the first one, and I'm really grateful for all the people associated that have found this channel and everybody who stuck around and all the new people. So,
and it's a great looking cover.
Yeah,
it is a great looking cover.
It all turned out great. I'm proud of that work. But guys, it's been way too long of a show, and we all got to get to bed. I want to thank Script and Andrew very publicly for staying up with me all night long. But until next time, folks, be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.